Well, the war inflicted on Ukraine is almost 18 months old, but today, at least for this tight-knit rugby league community in Eastern Europe, their minds are on the greatest game of all. Hi everybody, a very good morning to you across Eastern Europe, and particularly here, of course, in Ukraine, as we get set for the opening match of the Ukrainian Rugby League Cup of Nines. We're underway here, folks, and a warm welcome wherever you're watching around the rugby league universe. Nine-a-side rugby league here in Lviv in Western Ukraine. Jason Costigan calling all the action here today for this marquee event for the Ukrainian Federation of Rugby League, despite the fact that the country, of course, is at war. The match we have in progress here, just kicking off, is between the home side, the Lviv Tigers, as I understand, and the Ivano-Frankivsk Stena-Stalov team. It's the Tigers in the black jerseys, I've been told, with white shorts, and the team in orange, according to my notes and information, with black shorts, is the Ivano-Frankivsk Stena-Stalov side. Lviv have been in the shadows of the number one team in 13-a-side rugby league in Ukraine basically since the game started in Eastern Europe, or at least this part of Eastern Europe, back in 2008. The Kharkiv Legion side has been the dominant side, and there's the opening points, I believe. We're just waiting for the scoreboard to keep us up to date. We have had some technical problems, and I'm sure that will be the course of proceedings at some stage today. The shot at goal is unsuccessful, but it's the Lviv Tigers who get us underway, and they lead this match, this opening match of the Ukrainian Cup of Nines, 4 points to nil. I had the pleasure of calling the Ukrainian Super League Grand Final a couple of years ago before the Russian army invaded the country, and that was Alexander Skorbach and his mates from Kharkiv Legion, which was the team that basically was started by university students in the very early days of rugby league in this country. And as I said a moment ago, they have dominated proceedings up until basically the last couple of years, with Lviv emerging from those shadows. For those people not familiar with rugby league in this part of the world, Ukraine has been, well, I suspect many people would say punching way above its weight up until the invasion by the Russian military. But right now they find themselves at number 28 on the International Rugby League rankings. But I'm sure I'm not the only person, I beg your pardon, who would suggest that that does not reflect the talent in the country, as we see the Ivano-Frankivsk Stena-Stalov side spreading the ball. They're about 12 metres short of halfway. This stadium is the Youth Stadium in English in Lviv, and with the world's media on Ukraine in the last 18 months, for obvious reasons, most people would be familiar that Lviv, of course, as I said earlier, in the western part of the country, about an hour and a half by car to the Polish border. But just coming back to Ukraine, as we see the Ivano-Frankivsk Stena-Stalov side spreading the ball. That number 28 ranking in the IRL pecking order, I dare say, does not reflect, as I said a moment ago, the talent in the country. And we saw that a couple of years ago when Ukraine carved up the Russians in rugby league, that is, of course, in Serbia as part of the Euro B Championship, as we see a kick downtown from Ivano-Frankivsk Stena-Stalov, and it's the Tigers in possession and making a bust, my goodness, away from our camera position. The Tigers looking to keep the ball alive. Nine-a-side rugby league, they're pretty good at number 13 as well. And I reckon they're going to get a second try here in the corner. keeping the football alive and coming up with points in the corner. Their second try of the tournament in game number 1, and they lead 8 points to 0. Referee giving the points in the corner. Southeastern corner of the ground. Small crowd on hand. I'll come to the attendance and the patrons in a moment, but that was attacking rugby league from the Lviv Tigers, the home side, enjoying great support here, as you can well imagine, playing at home. And because of the war, the likes of the Kyiv Rhinos and Kharkiv Legion from Kharkiv, obviously, or Legion 13, the team that's been led admirably by our good friend Alexander Skorbach, who has been really the standout player in the country basically since the game started. A dual international, the kick at goal unsuccessful. Those two teams among those obviously not playing in this tournament. It's a 6-team competition today, the Ukrainian Cup of Nines, under the auspices of the Ukrainian Federation of Rugby League, the UFRL. Shot at goal unsuccessful. It remains 8-0 to the Lviv Tigers. But just coming back to the Euro B Championship from 2021 as we get back underway, it was an interesting tournament in that the draw wasn't very favourable for the Ukrainians, but they made a good fist of difficult proceedings as we see the Tigers going straight up the middle. There is no defence whatsoever. A fend. Oh my goodness, a try-saving tackle at the death. Battle stations here for Ivano Frankusk-Stanislavov, but you think the Tigers surely will crack them for try number 3. They've mucked it up. Can you believe it? I've got to apologise with the team lineups. We didn't get them until, in fact, a couple of minutes ago, and I haven't had a chance to trap up and look at the Tigers team. We have had some teams come through in the last couple of days, including the Minetsky Eagles. But unfortunately, the Lviv Tigers, we didn't get their lineup until just literally a couple of minutes before coming on air. Our pictures coming your way from Lviv in Western Ukraine, and that was an amazing defensive play here from the Ivano Frankusk-Stanislavov boys. They looked certain to score, didn't they, the Tigers, for their third 4-pointer of this 9-a-side championship. But most difficult and challenging circumstances. We can't be too harsh on the organisers, of course. A nation at war. And whilst the rest of us are watching this live stream from the comfort of our homes, particularly in those nations, those first world nations, spare a thought for the terrible atrocities going on in this country as the war continues. But right now, it's a chance for some of these players to concentrate on rugby league, and that's Skorbach, who was a dummy half before. I could pick him without even looking at the jersey. He was the dummy half as the Lviv Tigers look to keep it going. There he is again. He's the best player in Ukraine for mine, and one of the better players in European rugby league outside England and France. They've got another try here. There's the whistle from the referee. Here's the replay, and the 16 just planting the ball over the whitewash and getting the job done. The Lviv Tigers bench, we'll get that score updated in a moment. It does say 4-0, it's 12-0. Skorbach with the shot at goal, misses. Perhaps a little rusty. And I think that might be half-time. It is. The referee says that will do us. 10 minutes has elapsed, so we have half-time upon us in the opening game of the Ukrainian Cup of Nines of 2023. And it's the home team with their tails up. They lead this opening match against the Ivano Frankusk-Stanislavov side, 12-0. Jason Costigan calling the action remotely from down under. Our pictures coming out of the stadium here, the Youth Stadium as it is known as in English, in Lviv in Western Ukraine, and yours truly, we trust our dulcet tones are coming through okay from Australia. That's the Lviv Tigers. They'd have to be hot favourites to lift the trophy. There's Alexander Skorbach just to the left of your screen there, addressing the players. I'm not sure if our production team is understanding exactly what we're saying here in English. It is a very difficult task, I can assure you, calling rugby league from the other side of the world. But hats off to all concerned, and the host club, of course, the Lviv Tigers, and to Vitaly, who is heading up the production today. We had some internet problems just before kickoff, and here's hoping they have been resolved and we won't have too many dramas during the course of today. Good morning to everybody in the UK, which has been, of course, very instrumental in promoting rugby league in Ukraine. When I mention clubs like Kyiv Rhinos and, of course, Lviv Tigers, you can put two and two together, and, of course, those monikers have been adopted from clubs and pretty famous clubs along the M62 corridor in the north of England. So hats off to the likes of the Huddersfield Giants and the Castleford Tigers, and Gary Hetherington and my good friend Rowan Smith at Headingley at the Leeds Rhinos, because even before people like Rowan has turned up at Headingley to coach Leeds in Super League, that legacy has continued to live on. It's great to see those names being played out in Ukrainian Rugby League. We're back underway, the second half action. That kickoff was dodgy, to say the least. The referee says it was, in fact, not within the rules. The ball had not travelled the 10 metres. Probably wasn't too much in it. Not a bad tactic from the team that's trailing 12 points to nil. So, in fact, we have three of those teams with Super League or UK Super League type names playing in this tournament. We have the Lviv Tigers, who are defending right now, but we also have playing in this tournament. Here we go. Lviv Tigers, I beg your pardon, are in for another try. That's try number 4. They're just carving them up here, swapping ends and getting another 4 points. That's 16-0 to the Tigers. One-way traffic here in Western Ukraine. Big thanks to the team at European Rugby League for supporting their colleagues, Arta Matasorian and the team from the UFRL. Busy on the social media as we see the Lviv Tigers dot down for their 4th of the morning. The shot at goal is successful. That makes it 18 blot. We'll just update that score. Lviv Tigers 18 in a lopsided game, leading the Ivano-Frankivsk Stanislavov side, no score. So yes, just the three clubs that we should draw attention to. The Rivne Giants, modelled on the Huddersfield name, of course, which for those people new to rugby league, that's even more significant. Of course, Huddersfield, the birthplace of rugby league, going back to 1895. And the other two teams, the Transcarpathian Trinity Club, which we will see sooner than later. And of course, that name based on Wakefield Trinity, current Super League club. And locked in a dogfight, of course, with Castleford to avoid relegation. And the other team, of course, being the Lviv Tigers, when we think of the Castleford Tigers. for obvious reasons. So the Lviv Tigers, with 4 tries on the board, only one of them converted. They're plugging away once more. Scorbutch in the 6 jumper. As I said, I haven't seen the team. Well, I haven't processed it. Here he goes, Scorbutch, setting up the play out wide. And he is the architect once more. He doesn't get the try, but he sets it up beautifully. And the 27 crashes over, closer to the post than perhaps what he should have been entitled to. Can't quite believe he was allowed to get towards the sticks at the northern end of the ground. But he did. That's 22-0. What the referee's having a bit of a conference here. Or the match officials. Is he given the try? Maybe not, no. I don't know why. Maybe there was a question mark on the pass from Scorbutch. But as I said, we only saw the Lviv Tigers team 5 minutes before kickoff. And I'm being generous there. It was very much at the last minute. And but without even looking at the team or processing who's who in the zoo, so to speak, our good friend Alexander Scorbutch, as I said, he's arguably the best player in the country and has captained the team, making the tackle there on this occasion at international level. And I cast my mind back to 2021 in Serbia when the Euro B Championship was being conducted involving the Serbs, the Russians and the Ukrainians. Scorbutch was outstanding, and most of the international rugby league community was not playing international rugby league. And I remember personally tossing and turning as to whether I would include Scorbutch in my World 18. He wasn't far away. There's a fumble here at dummy half. It's a fundamental mistake and another opportunity for the Lviv Tigers. Leading 18-0, only the 1 try in the second stanza. 10-minute halves. This is 9-a-side rugby league. It's the Ukrainian Cup of Nines. 6 teams involved. Jason Costigan calling the action and flying solo, just to make things a little more challenging. Now, I was going to make the point about the spectators that you can see up in the grandstand. And getting plenty of sunshine if they so desire, but some of them, or most of them, sheltering from the elements. As we see the Tigers spreading the ball, if in the event, and it needs to be talked about for obvious reasons, but if the city of Lviv comes under missile attack from the Russians, whilst this tournament is underway, there is a bomb shelter, I understand, for the players and spectators to take shelter in the event of an airstrike on the city. So let's hope that doesn't happen. But at the moment, we've got Lviv just strolling in for another try, and that was weak defence, just spreading the ball and cashing in, and this time they are not denied. 22-0, kick to come. It is one-way traffic here in Western Ukraine. Shot at goal is waved away. It remains 22-0. And the touch judges even doing the job of ball boy. Well done. They'll be pretty happy on the bench. Why not? Coasting at 22 blot. Hot favourites to lift the silverware. The Lviv Tigers. Well, hi everybody. We're welcome back to Lviv. Apologies for the loss of audio and commentary just a moment ago, but a big win it was for the Lviv Tigers in the opening match of this Ukrainian Nines. Thank you, Vitaly, our producer and man on the ground, has just given me the thumbs up from the other side of the world, the marvellous world of technology. It surely is. So we've got a second game coming up here, and I'm just waiting to have it confirmed as to who's playing who, so just bear with us. But just coming back to what I said a moment ago, in the event of an airstrike on the city of Lviv during the course of proceedings here today, players, officials and spectators will be moved to a safe area. I understand a bomb shelter of some description to go there in the event of an attack. So here's hoping, let's hope and pray that that does not eventuate today, as we look forward to a great day of nine-a-side rugby league here in a country that has been to hell and back in the last 18 months or thereabouts with the Russian invasion. And of course many of the good players, great players in fact for Ukraine, have been serving in the armed forces of Ukraine. So let's salute those people who have answered the call to arms in more ways than one, defending the nation in the face of aggression. And just to put that into perspective, as I said, I had the great privilege a couple of years ago of calling the RUGBY Championship, and in that tournament the Ukrainians played Russia. That was only a few months before the Red Army crossed the border into Ukraine, and of course the rest is history. So in the face of great adversity and that aggression, we wish our brothers and sisters in Ukraine all the very best away from rugby league. But of course our focus right here is the Ukrainian Cup of Nines. Jason Costigan calling the action. Our pictures from Lviv in western Ukraine from the youth stadium, this 6-team tournament. And we might just try and keep those graphics up there if we can, for the benefit of everybody, including yours truly. So this match is between the boys from Donetsk region. Donetsk in the white jersey. So they're defending right now, and in the blue jersey, I'm pretty sure you'll find it's the Transcarpathian Trinity side. So just repeating, it's Donetsk region in the white, or predominantly white strip. Black shorts, scrum to form here. And again, congratulations to the Lviv Tigers on that big win in the opening match of the tournament. Here they go. Donetsk region will play from in front. And they've got some fans here at the youth stadium in Lviv, and they're pretty pumped up. Donetsk lead 4-0. It was the number 15, Fomiuk. So the player that scored that try, I'm going to go off memory here because getting notes and information out of Ukraine, again, posing great challenges this week and in the lead up to this tournament. But Fomiuk was one of the youngsters who played in the northern Italian city of Udine. A big shout out to our Italian brothers watching this live stream. But Udine was the host city in September last year for the European Under-19 Championships. And that try scorer, the man you saw just power through and plant the ball to get his team in front for Donetsk. He was one of the stars of that Ukrainian under-19 side, which finished 4th in the championship. 7 teams participating, and it's worth remembering the Ukrainian side that won, they had a 3-3 win-loss record. One of the victories was against the Irish, and the Irish under-19 side had a handful of players in the Super League system playing for academy teams, as I understand, along that M62 corridor. So that was no mean feat. Just repeating, Fomiuk, who scored that try, part of the Ukrainian under-19 side that finished 4th last year at the Euros. Here we go, they're in again. Second try, they've gone bang, bang, Donetsk. And they score out wide to make it 8-0. Make it 10-0. The shot at goal was successful, I beg your pardon. So that was a fantastic result for Ukrainian Rugby League to finish with a 3-3 record in a 7-team competition at under-19 level. And many of those players, I suspect most of those players, are going around today playing 9-a-side. Here's the shot at goal. 10 in from touch. On its way, plenty of elevation, but the direction found wanting. So it remains 10-0. Donetsk with the opening 2 tries. The team in white up against Transcarpathian Trinity in the blue jerseys and black shorts. And it will be Trinity to get us back underway. As per 9-a-side rules, if you concede points, you restart play, but you have possession. So they come towards our camera position here at the Youth Stadium. It's a glorious day, I might add, too, in Lviv. I was checking the weather forecast. Us commentators do all sorts of things in the preparation of broadcasting a game. Sometimes it doesn't quite work out the way we want it to, but when we don't have a sideline eye, we always like to try and check out what the weather is going to be like and the match conditions. Down the sideline go Trinity. Not a bad sortie, keeping the ball alive, but some great defence over the top, shutting down the ball carrier. But the temperatures today expected to go into the low 30s. That's a knock-on against Trinity, and so the pressure off Donetsk. So probably in the mid-20s right now for these late morning matches. But the temperature, the thermometer, probably edging to around 31, 32 degrees early to mid-afternoon. And as I said a moment ago in that first game, the spectators on the far side of the field, as we see a wayward pass off the scrum, taking shelter because it will warm up as they spread the ball. Donetsk down the sideline, right in front of the fans. The spectators getting a bird's eye view. And Donetsk, they go bang, bang, bang. $14-0 kick to come, and it's a sitter from bang in front. Nice shift to the left and playing with plenty of width. Try and pick up some of these players' numbers. Shot at goal from bang in front. Up go the flags. Another 2 points in the bank for Donetsk. As we look at the replay, and it was the 16th streeting away. And his name is Bezradov. Bezradov planting the ball. And the shot at goal, as we watch the replay, never looked like missing. So yes, that under-19 competition that the Ukrainians were involved in, I'm sure the European Rugby League people were suitably impressed with what the Ukrainians served up. To have a 3-3 record and to play for the plate final, if memory serves me right, against the Welsh. That was a tremendous result. And if, again, going off memory, they defeated Serbia, Italy and Ireland. Ireland being the big scalps because, as I said, they had a handful of players from the Super League system, albeit academy players. Remembering this was under 19s. We're talking about the players of tomorrow. Yet the Ukrainians were still able to beat the Fighting Irish. And that is a significant result and tells, I think, a lot of people that there is a future for rugby league in places where the game is not traditionally played or relatively new or did not exist 2 decades ago. And some great strides have been made by a number of nations, and countries like Serbia come to mind. They didn't play in the World Cup, of course, last year, but I know that Darren Fisher, the Serbian coach, being the internationalist that he is, he's probably watching as we see Donats again finding more holes in a tea strainer, and they come up with more points. The number 3 runs away at the southern end of the ground, and that's the head coach himself, Ihor Yerkin, and he cashes in. $20-0 becomes 22-0. And that's half time. And I tell you what, for the Trinity boys, it can't come soon enough. We watch the replay and have a look at the coach, the head coach. They didn't give up the chase, but he got there, and the bonus also in the bag. If you've joined us late, Lviv Tigers won the opening match of the tournament. They are the host club of this 9-a-side event. That's the team huddle at halftime for Donetsk region, the white jerseys and the black shorts. And as I said a moment ago, a number of players across the competition this weekend backing up from the European Under-19 Championship less than 12 months ago, hosted by the city of Udine in northern Italy. Plenty being said in the huddle for Trinity, and I suspect a lot of it's got to do with defence. Transcarpathian Trinity with a mountain to climb. And as we get set for the second half, a big shout out to everybody who has been promoting the cause of Ukrainian Rugby League. I know the heritage people in Australia have been doing a great job. Matt Gervin and his small band of volunteers. I'll come to that a little later on if we get the opportunity. We are flying solo here, calling the action from the other side of the world, but they have put a shout out, a call out if you like, looking for helpers, players, coaches, officials, sponsors, volunteers of all descriptions to help with the heritage program for Ukraine down under. And of course, to put some perspective around that, we've got players in both hemispheres playing in the UK and Australia who have Ukrainian heritage. Probably the best known of all, of course, played at Old Trafford at the Theatre of Dreams late last year. A World Cup hero for the Kangaroos. His club side suffering a shock loss in the penultimate weekend of the NRL season. Of course, I'm referring to Panthers superstar Nathan Cleary of Ukrainian heritage. His grandmother Marie, born in a Nazi concentration camp in Ukraine during the dark days of World War II. I had the privilege of calling Nathan's father, I beg your pardon, Ivan, for the Warriors many years ago on Fox Sports and Sky Television in New Zealand in Well, on both sides of the Tasman, and he's a chip off the old block and then some. An amazing player, and I'm sure that the Ukrainian community are getting more and more in love with Nathan Cleary as we see Donetsk spreading the ball, looking to improve on their position. 22 block they lead, their second match. And of course, Nathan Cleary's brother Jet, we shouldn't forget Jet as well. So the Cleary brothers eligible for Ukraine. As we see Donetsk score in the corner, and they've picked up where they left off in the first half. The bench like what they see, and why not at 26-0? But yes, just coming back to those Ukrainian heritage players, it was a very good story by our dear friend and long-time colleague, the respected journalist Brad Walter, going back, I suspect probably maybe 6 months ago, where he showcased players such as the Clearys, but also the Death brothers, who play for a suburban club on Sydney's northern beaches. And of course, those boys are the son of former Auckland and hooker Jason Death, who spent time at the Canberra Raiders. And there's a number of players, of course, and Hudson Young with the Canberra Raiders, speaking of the Green Machine, of course, very proud of his Ukrainian heritage. And we shouldn't forget the girls as well. A big shout out to all the girls, or ladies players of Ukrainian heritage. And straight away, I think of China Palata. I think it was China who had the Ukrainian flag during the multicultural round in the NRL earlier this year. She plays for the Cowboys in the NRLW. So it's a great story, and it's an evolving story, and it's a story that's been put out there by the likes of Brad Walter and others who are unashamedly wanting to showcase this interesting aspect of our growing game in all four corners of the world. Trinity looking to do something here with the ball. It's been all Donetsk. 10 metres, Donetsk's side of halfway on the western side of the ground. Should be a penalty here for the markers jumping early, surely, but the referee says no. And the last has been signalled. It was a nothing play. Donetsk lucky not to concede the penalty. Trinity with a kick in behind the line. More hope than anything. Bouncing ball. And luckily for Donetsk, they got back there to clean up. This is the number 6 in Hamash. He was also one of those players that was playing in Udine in northern Italy for the Ukrainian under-19s last September. So this is terrific stuff, isn't it? A good crop of young kids coming through. Here we go. My goodness, it was a huge hole, massive hole, great pass, great support, and they come up with a try. Another one for Donetsk. I think it was the 17. If it is, we don't have a number for him. The bench, well, they can't be complaining because it's become a procession. They hit 30. Now, Bezborodov, from point blank range, he misses it. Can you believe it? Should have been able to kick that in his sleep. Doesn't matter though. Look at that scoreboard. 30-0, top left of screen. Our graphic illustrating the dominance of Donetsk region. I wouldn't at all be surprised if they played Lviv Tigers in the tournament decider. The bench looking on. Unlimited interchange, as I understand. There was Pridatko, the loose forward, as they say in the Northern Hemisphere, wearing jersey 13 on the bench, along with a couple of his comrades. And just repeating, if we drop out during our live stream today, either through audio or pictures. Please forgive us. Difficult circumstances here with our pictures coming from Ukraine, from Western Ukraine, from the city of Lviv. Jason Costigan's my name, calling the action from the other side of the planet, down under, as we see the Trinity boys looking for a try. They're not far away. Is this their moment? Probably their best moment in the game. No penalty forthcoming. The play of the ball was slow. That pass was knocked down, I think, a long way from our camera position, our main camera position. The camera now from the southern end of the ground. They swing it back the open side, running at the teeth of the defence. And that's a turnover. Well, they didn't get to their kick. Lacking a little bit of communication, I suspect there, perhaps losing count from the referee, and they meekly surrender the ball. The only good thing about that is that it was about 10 metres or so from the Donetsk try line. What's he ruled here? The referee's called a halt to proceedings. Lovely shot of the sideline, the match officials and the team bench. Glorious day in Lviv, as I say, temperatures pushing into the low 30s. It's a penalty. I'm not sure what the ruling is here, but the referee not happy. It was quite a delay to proceedings there. 10-minute halves, and there was some stoppage. A reminder too that the Ukrainian national team, despite the cancellation, the shock cancellation of the European Rugby League calendar, which was, to my way of thinking and that of many others, set in stone for the Northern Autumn, they will be playing in a tournament in Greece, I believe, in late October. So well done to the Greek Rugby League Federation to make sure that we have got international rugby league being played in the Northern Hemisphere. And look at this, non-existent defence, and Donetsk playing to the whistle and saying that's how you do it. Referee eventually points to the spot, and this is turning ugly for Trinity. Real ugly. The pink socks. Nice touch. Not sure if there's any reasoning behind that, but helps to stand out. Up go the flags. I think that might have come off the crossbar, or maybe the one of the uprights. The touch judge is doing a good job. Doing the job of ball boy as well, as I said earlier in game number 1. And look at that scoreboard, 36 blot. This is one hell of a flogging for Trinity. Transcarpathian Trinity have been thrashed in game number 2. A big win for Donetsk region, 36-0. We'll take a quick break and be back with more shortly.
На Viber напиши.
In this match, and I can straight away pick the teams without even having a look at the team lineups. The Rivne Giants are in the maroon jerseys, adopting the moniker of the Huddersfield Giants. And it is Rivne on the attack. Rivne Giants not far away. I think they're going to score, and they do. Positive start in their first game of the tournament. 4-0. Let's look at the replay. They're in good field position, and just a simple one-on-one miss. The tackle was there. Wasn't really a miss, but close to the line. You've got to get up off that line faster. And going low, well, you're going to need some help. The help arrived, but it arrived too late. And so it's 4-0 to Rivne Giants. And they're playing, of course, the Ivano-Frankusk Stanislavov team. Shot at goal unsuccessful, it would seem. As we look at the replay, and never looked likely. Sprayed it well to the left. And it remains 4-0 to the Giants. And of course, if you're new to rugby league, as I said, they have adopted the name the Giants. And of course, we think of Huddersfield, the Huddersfield Giants. Huddersfield being the birthplace of our game. The George Hotel, the iconic George Hotel in the great town of Huddersfield, going back to 1895. I live not too far from there, almost a century later. And it was a great thrill for yours truly to go to what was then the McAlpine Stadium. I know it's been branded up differently with different sponsors over the years, but the McAlpine Stadium, to call rugby league at that terrific venue. It was very new back in those days, so great to see the Huddersfield name or the connection to European or Ukrainian Rugby League and doing some work in spreading the gospel in the European Rugby League Federation region. As we see the ball being spread here, RUGBY Giants all of a sudden called on to defend. In the corner, they're going to steal a try. Can you believe it? My goodness, someone called the police because they just stole a try. Or did they? Yes, they did. Call the cops for sure. He wasn't entitled to do it. But look at the replay. Pictures tell the story. And so all of a sudden, it's even Stevens. We've got a ball game on our hands. Close game's a good game. The first two games, we didn't get a close game on either occasion. Perhaps this is the one. Third time lucky. Shot a goal from way out. He kicked it. Can you believe it? Wow. Talk about radar-like with the boot. And all of a sudden, Ivano Frankusk, Stanistavov are in front, 6-4. What about the touch judges? In great position, watching it go just above or across that, above the crossbar. In fact, it cleared it by a mile. What a boot that was. Didn't quite pick up his number plate. Perhaps we might get another replay of that later on. That may well be the kick of the day. 6-4. Ivano Frankusk, Stanistavov in front. Now we have a halt to proceedings. What's going on? Have we got a football crisis, have we? Have we got a shortage of balls? What's going on? Referee checking with his clock, his timepiece. Now we've got a ball. Considerable delay considering it's only 10 minutes a half. Time is of the essence. And we're back underway. RUGBY Giants. And when we talk about good Samaritans in the International Rugby League world, let's not forget the team from Chasing Rouge. They donated through the goodwill of people buying jerseys, Ukrainian team shirts or jerseys, and the profits or the proceeds from that were put back to Artem Matasuri and his fellow volunteers at the Ukraine Federation of Rugby League. UFRL were the recipients of something close to 2,000 Australian dollars. Here come the Giants once more. They spread the ball to the left and they get the reward. And they're back in front. 8 plays 6, kick to come. So well done to Brownie and the Chasing Rouge team for that great work and selling those Ukrainian jerseys. That was a very, very dodgy attempted tackle. It was almost like a game of touch rugby, tag rugby, call it whatever you want. It wasn't tackle. And we know attacking rugby is the order of the day here, but you need to do a bit better in defence than that. There was a saloon passage almost to the goal line, and the Giants got the job done. Looks like they missed the kick. 8 plays 6. RUGBY Giants in the lead. Remembering they're up against opposition here playing their second game. And for the Giants, it's our first look at them. 6 teams taking part. And again, hats off to Chasing Rouge for their work in promoting International Rugby League and putting some money back into the Ukrainian Rugby League coffers. As I say, something like, I think it was almost 1,900 Australian dollars in proceeds or profits going back to the Ukrainian Federation. And here we go, another try. Wow. Or is it? It is a try. Oh, hang on, hold the phone. The referee consulting the touch judge. Was the pass forward? No, the referee's given it. We can hear the whistle in the background. Try's been given. Ivano Frankusk-Stenistalov get the 4 points. So they lead 10 points to 8. And here's this goal kicker who drilled it, converting the first try of the game. Now, I hope we get a chance to see the replay of that first shot at goal from the sideline. This is a little bit easier. Look at the elevation. Look at the direction. Just wayward, but he's got a fair strike of the ball on him, hasn't he? Have a look at this. Drop goal, of course, is the order of the day in nine-a-side rugby league. And on this occasion, he couldn't raise the flags, but he's got a lovely technique. The Ukrainian Rugby League match officials, nicely branded. Oh, great ball! Money ball! No one in the backfield. Chase is on, but forget the chase. Rivne, the Giants are on the march once more in what is a seesawing affair in Lviv. Three tries to 2 to the Giants, but the lead is only 2. Possibly could be extended here. Goal kicking, you get the impression, may well be crucial in the final wash-up to this one. Fairly straightforward shot at goal. We've got a great view here. The loose forward for the Rivne Giants has got it. And that's half-time. And at the break, the Giants with a 4-point buffer. Rivne Giants, 14. Ivano Frankusk-Stenistalov, 10. As we watch the replay, have a look at this end on for a pass and some hole running. The 16 just running away. If he kept running, he could have ended up in Poland. Low trajectory shot at goal, but he gets the job done. Well done to Vitaly and his colleagues on the ground, working the cameras. Have a look at the beard on this bloke. My goodness. Looks like he's come out of a cave. It reminds me of a player we used to call the Bush Ranger in the NRL by the name of Kirk Reynolson. Had a cult following with the beard that I think even Kirk might suggest that this gentleman's got him covered. He'd have to have one of the best beards in international rugby league. Check that out. Could be a good feature story for Martin Sadler and the team from League Express. A colour piece, as we say. A bearded beast for the Rivne Giants. I'm sure whoever he is, he's a great story. And there's so many great stories here. I hope in years to come, once peace comes to Ukraine, that we get the chance to come to Ukraine to call rugby league on location. The invitation, I've got to say, was kindly put to me after broadcasting the 2021 Super League Grand Final between Kharkiv Legion and Lviv Tigers, and of course everything changed just a few months later. As I said earlier today, Ukraine ranked number 28 in the pecking order on the IRL rankings. I know there's a lot of people who don't place a lot of credibility in those rankings, but it is what it is, and it is highly subjective, and it's based on results. And of course, if you don't play, you do head south in terms of that pecking order. And because of the war, Ukraine has been probably impacted more than any other country for obvious reasons. They haven't been playing. Test Rugby League, International Rugby League. You've got to go back, I'm pretty sure, to 2021 and that Euro B Championship in Serbia involving the Serbs and the Russians. Ukraine putting a big score on the Russians. The Bears coming out of hibernation. And remembering this is before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And Serbia winning that. Darren Fisher, I think from memory it was his first tournament as the Serbian coach, and he will be relishing the prospect of taking those Serbs higher up the rankings as well, top 10 in the world, and hoping to be involved in that Rugby League World Cup in 2026 in the Southern Hemisphere, which is, let's not kid ourselves, generated a lot of controversy. It's going to be a 10-team tournament at this stage, not 16, so only 2 places up for grabs, and it'll be interesting to see which 2 teams get to play alongside the 8 quarterfinalists from last year's Rugby League World Cup as we see this pass go astray and the play break down. Rivne Giants with a 4-point advantage, and a penalty's been given here. Ivano Frankusk-Stanislavov with a chance to square the ledger, possibly even take the lead. As I say, it's been a game of fluctuating fortunes. Northeastern corner of the ground on a glorious day in western Ukraine. Temperatures nudging 30 degrees Celsius. On their own goal line here, the Giants. A bit of a test for them. Ball spread on the left. There has to be some open pasture. Great stepping, great try. And look at this, Ivano Frankusk-Stanislavov, they are back in front. Well, the fans certainly getting plenty of entertainment, those people who've come through the turnstiles here at the Youth Stadium. Lovely bit of stepping from the number 14. Fred Astaire, eat your heart out. Looking to convert his own try here. The number 14. And he's done it. Nice work. And Rivne Giants on the back of Kuharski with his wizardry, his nice stepping, lovely footwork, and then the icing on the cake with the shot at goal. So we've had a couple of lopsided games, but this is not the case in this one, of course. Not at all, far from it. Second half action, game 3 of the Ukrainian Cup of Nines. Jason Costigan calling the action from down under, but our pictures, of course, our live stream coming out of Ukraine, the western part of Ukraine, from the city of Lviv, the home of the Lviv Tigers, who were most impressive, it must be said, in the opening game of the competition. Play breaks down. Ivano Frankusk-Stanislavov in front. There's the Bush Ranger. I think we can call him that. For those people watching outside Australia, I'll let you Google the name, but part of Australian folklore. The Bush Rangers. Thankfully, we don't have those sort of people anymore. Going back to our colonial past. And speaking of International Rugby League, of course, there's a big game coming up this afternoon in Central Europe. Or I dare say Eastern Europe. And that's between the Czech Republic and Serbia. So when we talk about Darren Fisher and the Serbs, who are top 10 in the world, that'll be a big test for the Czech Republic. They were on show in Bodrum on the shores of the Aegean Sea going back year before last, if memory serves me right, in the Euro D Championship, which was won by the Dutch. As we see Rivne Giants down the sideline. Look at this man. He can just motor. Great footwork, great deception, great pace, great finish. The Rivnare Giants with a scintillating piece of rugby league, and it was a solo effort right down the western sideline. We don't have a team list, I'm sorry, and if we do, it's unavailable whilst we watch this game. The number 7 running away, teasing the 14, who is probably the best player on the field for his team. But the Giants coming up with the try, and they lead by 2. Most difficult shot at goal coming up, but as I said in that first half, goal kicking may well prove vital in this fixture. Here we go. Let's ride the kick. Waved away. So it's the Giants by 2 in a topsy-turvy contest. Yes, a big game coming up in the Czech Republic, and those Czechs, they did participate in the Euro D Championship in Bodrum in Turkey. And that tournament won, of course, by the Dutch, as I said. The Dutch Lions, Joran Scholmaker. I think that's how we pronounce his name. He's playing in Australia nowadays, in fact. Joran, big shout out to you if you're watching. Playing in Australia's sugar capital, the rugby league stronghold of Mackay, as we see a mistake. He's arguably the best player in Dutch rugby league. And the referee just checking with his clock. And that's it. Or is it? What's he ruled here? He's going to have a chat to the rival captains, I believe. Lovely pictures over the shoulder of the touch judge on this western side. A shake of the hands from the rival captains, and it's really emblematic, isn't it, of the emerging nations in the world. We don't see that in the UK or Australia, New Zealand, in France, I dare say. I've called rugby league in 10 countries, and you don't get that everywhere you go. Nice bit of soccer skills here off a dusty pass. And it's the Giants now with a kick. A chase is on. A bouncing ball, a wicked bounce. Giants have got it back. Fortune favours the brave. Here comes Rivnare, the number 10. Head down, bum up, running at the horns at the southern end of the ground. You get the impression this is critical right here, and that may well be the knockout blow. The Giants got there. There's the whistle. They'd have to be gassed, the opposition, surely to goodness. Ivano Frankusk Stanislavov would have to be low on the petrol tank for sure. It's been a gallant performance in their second game, but Rivnare getting the try, 22-16. And I think that might be all she wrote. Touch judges are in position for a shot at goal. As I said, for and against, I was alluding to, may well be very important in this tournament, so this will be purely academic. But have a look at this. A lucky bounce it was. The ball going into no man's land. Fortuitous bounce, the loose forward getting it, and then backing it up with the try. And he was arguably the best player on the field. Coming up with the decisive play for Rivnare Giants. We've got an injured player, it seems, at the southern end of the ground. There's a delay here. So the referee's just saying you need to take the shot at goal. I think that's what's going on. The significant delay here, waiting for the ball to come back. 22-16. It'll be the number 7, who I've got to say, he's got plenty of ability as well, this bloke. Right in front, missed it. Can you believe it? Something to practice tomorrow in the wake of this, regardless of who wins this tournament and how things pan out. You'd probably need to bank those 2 points from right in front. He can certainly step the number 7. Deceptively quick. Back underway. And so it's not over yet because the door is ajar. 22 plays 16. They work the short side here. Bouncing ball. Do they get the bounce? Pops out the back door. Very sloppy. What's the referee rule? He's rule play on. This could be a grandstand finish coming up here. Don't touch that dial. Ivano Frankusk Stanislavov. Precious time remaining, but they're not far away. Can they get there? 2 metres shy of the goal line. Adjacent to the sticks, looking for the barge over. Did they get there? I think they might have. No, he's going to call a play the ball. Held up, was it? Well, that's great defence. Outstanding defence, and the crowd reacting accordingly. The Rivned Giants holding firm, and that will win them the game. Not their attack, but their defence, their goal line defence, outstanding. Remembering Ivano Frankusk Stanislavov, they've already played a game, so that fuel tank, the dial, well, the needle must be almost on empty, surely, as I said a moment ago. But this has been a very courageous performance as we see and hear the final whistle of this match, and it's been a very entertaining affair, it must be said. Hats off to both teams, but in the end there can only be one winner, and it's the Rivned Giants who get the job done. 22 points to 16, their first game of the tournament, and they start with a victory. We'll take a break, back with more right after this.
Ну, я можу прийти на себе, типу я буду як перший, вони там не можуть.
Сьогодні таке радіо.
Що, ловить що?
Так ви можете послухати про те, то таке радіо, що сьогодні
В різних.
Закінчує акумулятор витримав.
Захистів не підніматися і не зупиняти, відслідковувати, а так і стіною і купати. Вони паси віддавати не будуть. Все, чудак, якщо біжить, то що все, так кріпити. Можна носи, так? Так, відтримано. Закарпатський! Шаркальний!
Hi everybody, great to have you with us. We are back with you. Jason Costigan calling the action from Lviv as the Ukrainian Cup of Nines continues. This match involving the Minetsky Eagle. We've got some internet problems. I'm not sure if we're coming through to you, but this red jerseys. We'll just try and work out who their opponents are, so please forgive us. It has been a huge challenge for all concerned here today. Organisers, match officials, and yes, us broadcasters as well. So the Eagles now on the attack. The Minetsky Eagles are going to go close to scoring here. They're only about a metre shy of the goal line, or did they get there? They did, in fact, get across the whitewash, and the numbers will be in the frame. Another try for the Eagles, and they are soaring high at 12-0. As we look at the replay here, looks like they've changed jerseys. They look like they've got different jerseys to what we saw earlier today, hence the confusion in their first match where they won handsomely. The shot at goal is unsuccessful. 3 tries to 0. And apologies for not being with you for the start of this game. It's a one-man band here today in terms of commentating, and having said that, we're very grateful for the opportunity to again broadcast Ukrainian Rugby League to the world. And on this occasion, through our friends at NAJIVO Productions in Lviv. So to Vitaly and the team, a big thank you for your efforts so far and for the rest of today. You and your colleagues, no doubt, keeping your fluids up like the players. Rather warm conditions here in Western Ukraine as we come up towards the end of the morning. Those temperatures expected to reach the low 30s early to mid-afternoon as we see the Eagles, the Manetsky Eagles, looking for try number 4. Round the outside, see you later. We'll try and pick up his number plate. The wide shot makes it a little bit difficult. We might get a replay here. That's try number 4 for the Manetsky Eagles. Shot at goal coming up here for Alexander Trachinsky, and he nails it. Not sure if we can get a replay here from Vitaly and the team of the try. Plenty of pace to burn. Here we go on the replay. Well, it's the replay of the shot at goal. And that's a nice dab at the most delicate conversion in 9-a-side rugby league I've probably ever seen. I'd probably like to defer to my good friend and colleague in the UK, Steve Mascord, who is arguably the biggest fanatic in terms of media when it comes to Rugby League 9. So a big shout out to Steve Mascord in London. Well, he could be anywhere in the world for that matter, but somewhere in Greater London, most times than not. And as I say, all jokes aside, a great advocate, a great champion of 9-a-side rugby league. The kick goes into no man's land. That's a knockback against the Eagles. The referee says play on, and fair enough. And now there's a counter-attack, and there's a shift on. And look at this, playing from sideline to sideline. The Manetsky Eagles playing an expansive game. Last has been signalled by the match official. Plenty of instructions being barked on the sideline. And the coaching staff in shorts. And that probably does illustrate how warm it is in Lviv and in other parts of Western Ukraine today. Here we go. They're in again, surely. Too much power. Well, look at this. Great defence. Goal line defence. Scrambling defence. No, not enough. Not enough. They got there in the end. Another try to the Eagles. Well, that's 22-0. We might just go through this Manetsky Eagles side. Dimitrov Barabash, Yaroslav Varenchuk, Alexei Leshenko, Nikita Norensky. Shot at goal waved away while I go through the names. Maxim Dulia, Ivan, or sorry, yeah, it is Ivan Kapatsiak, Vadem Koshiok, and then we go to Vasil Krevchuk, Vadem Severak, Kostiantin Seriok, Dimitrov Matyok, Andriy Lashenko, and Anatoly Stetson. And they also have on a bench, or an extended bench, remembering it is 9-a-side, Andriy Orin, Alexander Trachinsky, who's been the goal kicker, caressing the ball across the crossbar there, as I said a moment ago. And then Maxim Shevchuk and Ruslan Shostaski, or Ruslan Shostaski. That's the Manetsky Eagles. And that's half time, I believe. 22-0. One-way traffic once more. We've seen a couple of these lopsided contests so far. 22-0 to Manetsky Eagles.
Команди підходять на шикування, відкриття змагань. Франківський.
Well, it must be full time, I beg your pardon. 22-0. We did have a bit of a timeout personally at the start of this game, and 22-0 it is. At the final hooter, well done to the Eagles. A convincing win for Manetsky. We've got some problems with our audio here. Not sure if we're coming through loud and clear, but we'll continue to persevere and do the best we can as the Ukrainian Cup of Nines continues. Our pictures courtesy of our live streaming production, НАЖИВО production. Thanks to Vitaly and the team. Glorious day in Lviv and Western Ukraine as we get set for the next match from the youth stadium. And as I said earlier, if there's any drama here today in terms of the city of Lviv coming under Russian attack, there have been plans drawn up, as you can well imagine, for players, match officials, and of course spectators to evacuate the playing arena and to take shelter, to seek shelter from any missiles or bombs coming their way. So if we do have something bizarre in terms of no one on the field and the cameras freezing and stationary on one particular shot, you can draw your own conclusions. Hopefully we won't have anything like that at all, but I'm sure you are wondering back at home how this is going on here today with the country literally at war. Well, that's how they roll in Ukraine. Life goes on, and it's hard for the rest of us in the other parts of the world. We can go by media reports and see what's going on, but you have to feel for these people. And quite amazing, isn't it, that they actually have rugby league continuing while the nation is trying to repel the Russian invasion and turn it around. in the pursuit of victory and peace and freedom. Remembering independence came to Ukraine 32 years ago, and on that note, Independence Day, of course, a couple of days ago.
Сьогодні у Львові проходить Кубок України з регбі-ліги-9. Приймають участь команди. Клуб ігрових видів спорту Львів Тайгерс, місто Львів. Збірна Донецької області. Хмельницький Іглс з Хмельницького. Рівне Джайнс з Рівного. ЮСШ-2 Станиславів з Франківська. Та збірна Закарпатської області Закарпатські Шаркані. Капітани до прапору бігом руш підняти державний прапор України. Рівняння на державний прапор України. Слава Україні! На нашому заході присутні почесні гості. Перший заступник Львівського міського голови Андрій Москаленко. Президент Української федерації регбі-ліг Артур Мартиросян. Перший віце-президент Української федерації регбі-ліг, президент Федерації регбі Львівщини Петро Адамов. Слово надається Андрію Москаленку.
Слава Україні! Я радий вітати всі команди у Львові. У нас сьогодні всіх одне бажання – це є перемога. Дякую всім вам, хто сьогодні є тут, всім, хто займається регбі, але зараз захищає нашу державу в лавах Збройних сил України. Давайте, щоб сьогоднішня гра вийшла гідною героїв. Всі разом до перемоги. Слава Україні!
Героям слава! Слово надається Артуру Мартиросяну.
Дуже вдячний всім командам, які знайшли можливість підготуватися і приїхати на цей турнір. Ми дійсно показуємо всьому світу, бо сьогодні навіть дві прямі трансляції і українською мовою, і англійською цього турніру, що поперек всіх умов, в яких знаходиться зараз наша країна, ми продовжуємо жити, наскільки це можливо, повноцінним життям, розвивати спорт, народжувати дітей і бути сильною нацією.
Well, magnificent scenes, it must be said, in Lviv. Great respect, great pride, a great occasion. Hats off to Arta Matasurian from the Ukrainian Federation of Rugby League, the players, match officials, and spectators coming together, pausing in silence, remembering those who've lost their lives in this terrible ongoing conflict since the Russian invasion 18 months ago. And of course, today's Nines tournament, the Ukrainian Cup of Nines, following this week's celebrations for Independence Day in Ukraine. 32 years since the nation regained its independence, remembering that Ukraine, formerly part of the now defunct Soviet Union. A proud nation, proud people, and great respect being shown there by all concerned, as you can well imagine, remembering those less fortunate and those who've paid the ultimate sacrifice. Not only those who are serving the military, but of course civilians, women and children, and the world is watching. And again, also let's acknowledge those Ukrainian Rugby League people who've been involved in the front line, fighting on the front line, literally over the past 18 months. So this next game between Lviv Tigers and Rivne Giants, following the pause to match play with the official ceremony, flag raising, minute silence, and the other formalities. So again, well done to Arta Matasurian. It's a team effort, but you got to dip your hat to Arta. He is Mr. Rugby League in Ukraine. He's done an outstanding job for a long time. If there's an award for an administrator in International Rugby League, I'm not sure if there is. I'm not sure if Troy Grant, the IRL chairman, is watching. But if there is such an award for somebody promoting the game in the face of great adversity, this is the time, this is the place, and he is the man. Arta Matasurian, the chief of the Ukrainian Federation of Rugby League. Lviv versus Rivne, Tigers versus Giants. Just trying to confirm the status of this game as we get towards the business end of the tournament. Who will lift the silverware? We're underway here in Lviv at the Youth Stadium. Should be an exciting matchup, this one. The Lviv Tigers, the home team, with the first use of the ball. It's a high shot, I believe, a penalty. Regardless, it's a quick tap and go. And Lviv Tigers, certainly the team to beat in the eyes of most observers. Here they go. First blood coming up for the Tigers. Short ball, and it was a money ball. And they come up with points. Caught everyone off guard, including the referee. He eventually points to the spot. And the Tigers get us underway. They lead the Giants 4-0. As we look at the replay here, it was the number 20 running away for the Tigers. The shot at goal is successful.
Що
6-0 it is. Here come the Giants. And they are repelled. Good, strong defence there from the Tigers. Niner side, of course. Defence generally goes out the window, but on that occasion, that was excellent work. Repelling the ball carrier. So Lviv have got possession here, just about a metre or so, Lviv side of halfway. Tigers bench looking on. Jason Costigan's my name. We've been calling the games from the get-go here today under the most difficult circumstances. Our pictures, of course, coming out of Lviv in Western Ukraine on a glorious day in that part of the world. I'm down under. That kick was an up and under, and it's been spilt. Giants have still got it, and it's going to be a turnover. Just a reminder too, what I said earlier today before the official ceremony in relation to the Ukrainian Heritage Rugby League operation down under in Australia to Matt Gervin and his team. If you are in a position to donate or provide some sponsorship, perhaps you are eligible to play, maybe you've got Ukrainian heritage, maybe you'd like to be involved off the field, then if that's you, contact the Ukrainian Heritage Rugby League. The email address, get your pens ready. I'll read that out in a moment because Matt Gervin and his friends would surely like to hear from you if you're a prospective player, coach, administrator, sponsor, donor, you name it. All those volunteers, Good Samaritans, are most welcome to get involved. The Ukrainian Heritage Rugby League people in Australia, Matt Gervin's the contact. You can email Matt at this address, Ukrainian Heritage RL. Pretty simple, Ukrainian Heritage RL at gmail.com for more information. And just to touch on the players who have got heritage, as we see a runaway try here for the Tigers. Rivne give chase, but they can't prevent the four-pointer. And that's a double-digit lead for the Tigers. 10-0 with a kick from in front coming up. No one at home for the Giants. It was purely academic once that gentleman had the ball. And again, our apologies because we haven't had a fair go, in all honesty, in terms of the players playing today. We've done our best to try and pronounce the names of the players and be respectful of that. It's something that's been ingrained in me, and as a broadcaster, having called for 35 years across 10 countries, including a World Cup final on the Sky Television in New Zealand, calling in the Pacific, calling in Eastern Europe, calling in different parts of the world. And hopefully we can next time work together to provide you with that information and be much more prepared. It has been a difficult week getting information out of Ukraine and getting the names of the players and, of course, getting the pronunciations correct. And there's been a number of people who've assisted me with that, and I give my thanks and gratitude to those individuals. They know who they are, and we appreciate that assistance in promoting the game and in promoting Ukrainian Rugby League. The blue of the sky and the yellow of the wheat. The blue and yellow well and truly on show here today. So much national pride, notwithstanding the tribalism that's going into this nine-a-side event. And we see a mistake here, I think. Is that what he's ruled? What's he ruled here? I think he's ruled an incorrect play of the ball, perhaps. It is a work in progress. I'm sure if any of the referees around the world watching this live stream, if you'd like to get involved with Ukrainian Rugby League and perhaps lend some assistance, I'm sure that's already ongoing with organisations such as the European Rugby League. And I know that there's a number of referees from different countries like Spain and Ireland and other places that are spreading their wings as they spread the gospel. As we see the Lviv Tigers shifting the ball once more. And you get the impression they're a cut above the rest here. They keep the ball alive. They're looking dangerous. This time it breaks down, and Rivne, the Giants, they dodge a bullet. Still a 2-score game. So just coming back to some of those players that I was referring to or alluding to of Ukrainian heritage. He's a big superstar, isn't he? But of course I'm referring to Nathan Cleary, the Penrith Panthers, New South Wales origin and Kangaroos playmaker. And his brother Jet, we shouldn't forget him, in the lower grades at the foot of the mountains in Western Sydney at the Penrith Panthers. Hudson Young, Canberra Raiders star, played for New South Wales in origin, of course. Very proud of his Ukrainian heritage. Jamin Semin, also, we shouldn't forget him, a fringe first grader who I'm not sure if he's eligible to play for Ukraine under the international rules, but he's certainly got Ukrainian heritage. And I wouldn't all be surprised as Penrith get injuries, I should say. You might see a bit more of him between now and that first weekend in October as we prepare for the NRL finals. Have come really early for some teams, of course, as the tightrope is walked. Penrith Panthers come to mind, a shock loss to Parramatta in the penultimate round as we see the Tigers looking to promote the ball. There's a question mark on the pass, I've got to say, to Scorbutch. Alexander Scorbutch, I don't have to look at my notes. I know what he looks like. He's a great player. His support play is sublime. And the referee gives the try. I thought there was a huge question mark on the pass. But Scorbutch is allowed to get his name on the score sheet. And he'll look to convert his own try. From bang in front, he makes no mistake. And that's half time. And Lviv Tigers looking the goods. 16 blot over the Giants of Rivne. So far so good for Lviv. The hometown fans, they will be lapping it up. Just coming back to those Ukrainian players, the Cleary brothers, Nathan and his younger brother Jet, who's in the lower grades at the Panthers alongside the Penrith, New South Wales and Kangaroos playmaker. Hudson Young from the Canberra Raiders, and Jamin Semin, of course, I mentioned a moment ago, who has got Ukrainian heritage, although may not be available to play because of the eligibility rules in terms of the generational gaps. And then we go to a whole host of players, and both men's and women's. And I mentioned before players such as China Palata from the Cowboys, Kayla Romaniuk from Newcastle. Please forgive me, Kayla, if I've mispronounced your name. Shayla Bent from the Gold Coast Titans. They're with the NRLW alongside Palata from the Cowboys. And there's quite a few players from New South Wales Cup, which is second tier down under in the state of New South Wales. Jersey Flag, which is another lower grade competition under the auspices of the New South Wales Rugby League. Junior reps competitions such as SG Ball. There's some players from the Canberra Raiders. And some players in the UK. Ollie Wilson from the birthplace of the game, Huddersfield. He comes to mind. Cam Scott from Hull FC. And James Saltonstall from Halifax. Great rugby league town, Halifax. Had the pleasure of living there back in the 1990s. Enjoyed my time in that part of the world. Not far from the top of the Pennines, going to rugby league at Thrum Hall in the early days of Super League when Halifax was in Super League. And so Matt Gervin tells me, yeah, a range of players at lower levels in both the UK and Australia. 23 players down under, he says, and 10 in England. So that's not a bad base to work with. So we wish you well, Matt, with your endeavours. And of course, here in Ukraine, there are 7 clubs in the Ukrainian Super League, or there had been prior to the outbreak of hostilities with the Russians invading Ukraine 18 months ago. And remembering, of course, the number of players have been unavailable for their respective teams because of national service and contributing to the war effort. The World Cup qualifiers that the Ukrainians were going to play against Norway and Greece postponed, but as I said earlier, they will be playing in Greece in October. So well done to the Greek Federation for making sure that goes ahead. We should also acknowledge the NRL referees during the Anzac round. They organised a rugby league clinic for Ukrainian children. So that's wonderful stuff. Doesn't make the front page of the news, but it's very much positive, feel-good story as we see the Giants concede once more. Lviv just too big and strong all over the park. And they keep that scoreboard ticking over, don't they? From the sideline or thereabouts, it's waved away, no goal. Second half action. Skorbuch, as I said earlier, best player in Ukrainian rugby league. In the twilight of his career, such silky skills in attack. Lovely ball player. Can certainly put a man through a gap and create out wide for his supports. And very much a central figure for Ukraine in that Euro B Championship in Serbia almost 2 years ago. As we see the Giants go on the attack. And here we go. There's a chance for them to get on the board. Was that pass forward? Doesn't matter. The Tigers have got back there in numbers to clean up. It was promising though, wasn't it, for the Giants? They just couldn't finish it off. And they're such a good team, Lviv. Don't be surprised if they make them pay, although on this occasion, commentators' curse has struck because they have mucked it up. As we look at the replay of the Tigers bringing the ball away and the ball being propelled towards the opponent's goal line. So that constitutes a knock-on. We've got a scrum here. We don't see too many of them. 9-a-side rugby league. It's in and it's out. I thought there might have been a penalty there against the Lviv defence, but the referee says no. 25 metres out from where they want to be. The Rivne Giants looking to make a game of it, or at least add some respectability to the scoreline. And again, our apologies if you're having technical problems at home, wherever you're watching. As we go into the early afternoon in Ukraine, a big good morning to everybody. If you had a sleep in the north of England, nice to have you along for the ride. And of course, a very good evening to everybody down under. Touch judge has the flag up, so that's the end of that passage of play. Coming up towards 7:30 in Sydney and on the eastern seaboard of Australia. So good evening to everybody down under. And of course, we shouldn't forget our friends across the Tasman. Some of you may be staying up late, watching a bit of European Rugby League, Eastern European Rugby League out of Ukraine. Nice to have you along for our live streaming. And best wishes to everybody in the Shaky Isles as you ride the wave of the Warriors. It's one of the great stories of 2023, the re-emergence of the Warriors after they were, well, on the road for a couple of years because of the pandemic. As we see the Lviv Tigers crossing into enemy territory. In fact, the New Zealand Warriors next weekend, if memory serves me right, if they win that game next weekend, it'll be their best winning sequence since Daniel Anderson took them to the grand final in 2002. So they're setting all sorts of benchmarks and records in Auckland at Fortress Penrose at Mount Smart Stadium. So best wishes to Andrew Webster and his players, and of course Cameron George and the on-field or off-field staff from what they've been achieving. We've got some problems here technically, I think, in Lviv. The loss of pictures. We've got a replay coming up here. I think we might have a try. We do have a try. There's the try. We might have had technical problems, but there's no technical issue for Lviv. They just spread the ball and bodies in motion. And Rivne, well, they can't count because there was an overlap there and it was exploited beautifully by the Tigers, and they get maximum value, or they hope to, of course, with this shot at goal. Here we go for another 2 points for the Tigers. It's been another performance. We've got some technical problems starting to bog us down. I'm not sure if you can hear us, but our pictures are breaking up and the shot at goal's been taken. I can't quite tell if it was successful. Here's a replay. $24-0, another cakewalk for Lviv. And speaking of the Tigers, no love for the West Tigers in the NRL. The score just coming through from Allianz in the Harbour City. The Sydney Roosters too good for the West Tigers, winning 32 points to 8. Different story here in Ukraine, where the Lviv Tigers are going from strength to strength. Here we go, they're opening up once more, the Giants. Paper-thin defence. And the Tigers just cutting them to ribbons. There goes the final whistle. The conversion was successful, purely academic, of course, and a convincing win, an emphatic victory, a big victory for the Lviv Tigers. 30 points to 0. They have demolished the Rivne Giants in a display of power and precision. Scorbuch and co, way too classy, and putting the cleaners through the Giants. We're going to have a quick break, or I certainly will. Flying solo here, Jason Costigan, as we roll into a replay of some of the highlights. I'll take a break. Stay with us. You're watching the Ukrainian Cup of Nines. Well, we have half-time here at Lviv in what is a very closely run game here between Donetsk region and the Donetsky Eagles. That's the team, the latter that's on screen right now. And they've come back into the contest at the back end of that first stanza with a try, albeit an unconverted try. At the break, it's Donetsk leading 6-4 as both teams talk it over. Hi everybody, Jason Costigan back with you. And again, our apologies for the loss of transmission earlier. Our live streaming has been punctuated by technical problems today, which is what we expected at some point. And unfortunately, it has been happening during the coverage more times than what we'd obviously like. But again, our thanks to all of you. Well, congratulations to the Eagles as we welcome you back to Lviv. Apologies for again that break in transmission. The Donetsk Eagles, 10-6. They beat Donetsk region in a hard-fought contest. It could have gone either way, but in the end, the Eagles prevail by 4. Plenty of highlights in a low-scoring affair. That conversion waved away. Some of these Eagles forwards, have a look at the size of them, playing 9 aside. Some big men, some mobile men. Have a look at that number 8. The bottom of your screen there. Look at the shoulders on him. The goal kicking at times has been okay, but it may well come back to haunt somebody if they miss those sitters. There's that number 8 I was talking about, making a tackle there for the Eagles. And you wouldn't want to run into him down a dark alley at night time. That shot at goal waved away, but very peculiar to rugby league in some parts of Europe. Those touch judges, they look at each other. It's very much out of another game. I think we know what game it is. It's probably something that the rugby league people, the referees, need to address to encourage those match officials to back their own judgment, to look at the ball, not at each other, and make the decision as they see fit. As I said, it's something that's peculiar to rugby league in parts of the continent. In my experience in broadcasting games in that part of the world, it's certainly not a rugby league tradition. And here's that number 8. Have a look at him, like a runaway truck. He took some stopping. In the end, he was a meter eater. Look at the fend on him. Get out of my way. I'm coming through. Look at him. He's got the ball as if it's a tennis ball. Must have the biggest hands. He's got big everything. Big legs, big chest. And he eats up the big meters. His name, Vadim Savak. I'll tell you what, Vadim, if I ever come to Ukraine and take you to dinner, I might have to take out a loan. And while we watch some of these highlights, there will come a time, we hope, that peace returns to democratic Ukraine, and then there will be an opportunity for the First Nations of the world in rugby league to lead the way in the recovery efforts to try and promote the game in Ukraine. And I think there'll be a moral obligation, particularly, and I point the finger at the Rugby Football League and also the Australian Rugby League Commission, to do some special envoy type work in promoting the game and propagating the game in Ukraine. And historically, and there are a lot of new people to rugby league administration in both hemispheres nowadays, that historically I can recall when the Queensland Rugby League under Ross Livermore, they facilitated the historic tour of Queensland by Fiji. That was significant because Fiji Rugby League was barely 12 months old. This was barely, in fact, less than 12 months after the formation of the game or thereabouts. Made famous, of course, when Fiji played in those sevens, or the Rugby League sevens at the City Football Stadium, famously beating the Canberra Raiders. And then the following year, Fiji toured Queensland. It wouldn't have been possible without the support of the Queensland Rugby League and the late Ross Livermore, who was managing director of the QRL, and they played a 3-match tour in Queensland in provincial areas before playing an historic test match against their Melanesian brothers in Port Moresby, against the Coomels. I remember it quite well, the Queensland tour that is, because I had the good fortune of commentating on the touring Fijians when they played the Central Queensland Capras on that 3-match tour. And for the pioneers of the game in Fiji, who I caught up with, some of whom I caught up with last year in Suva, it is something that they'll always cherish, that pioneering tour. And it would be marvellous to see a Queensland Rugby League team or a New South Wales Rugby League team, or for that matter a team from England, a Community Lions team perhaps, Queensland residents, New South Wales residents touring somewhere like Ukraine, perhaps as part of a 2 or 3 nation tour. It's not as if it hasn't been done before, because the QRL used to be quite adventurous on these tours. They previously toured places like South Africa and France, and that's a long way from Queensland on Australia's eastern seaboard. So whether it's the QRL or New South Wales Rugby League or the Rugby Football League or the French Federation, FFR 13, it would be wonderful to think that those first world nations in rugby league will put their hand up at possible for touring teams to visit. And conversely, it would be wonderful to think that the governments in places like London and Canberra would look upon favourably in terms of putting up some money to pay for a team from Ukraine to tour, particularly in places like Europe, which of course are not too far away. Different story. That is obviously a major undertaking, an expensive undertaking, but for the people at Whitehall, if they're interested in rugby league and using rugby league in terms of sports diplomacy, they could do a lot worse than help Arta Matasurian and the US in the post-war recovery in terms of bringing a team from somewhere like Ukraine and giving these players, these elite players in this country, the trip of a lifetime.
Ну, если обыграют. Вот это, да? Девушки, говорит. Ну, это второй тип, по-видимому. Форму заказывают. Атаманов. Да, да. Да, они играли. С коленом это не сзади.
Оба! Команда осталась, остальные пошли.
И дальше мы погнали широкий веер. Ступень. Нет, ну дальше, если вы навязались, не надо убегать.
Можете, будь ласка, не мішати розмовляти команді, Ігор Іванович? Передали свободу? Я до тебе навіть казав. Воно має бути охолоджений, Валя. Не мішайте розповідати. Валя, ні. Як з батьком не говориш? Має бути охолоджений.
Просто охолоджений, в мене ж яка заморозка.
Ні, вона шкодлива. Яка заморозка шкодлива? Треба погано, Валя.
Говорила він тяжкі різки, вже те всі не
Валя, перестань, чуєш? Ти не ставили, що ви знаєте?
Мова, то дубайське, бля, я ліпше купила. То, бля, з Дубаїв привезли, бля, я його тут.
Валя, я був по тебе ліцію йду.
Я краще куплю нормальне наше, бля, чим буду то фуфло дубайське давати.
Бачите, за
Що
вас
позорися, ну, якийсь самогон вийде, бля.
Я з тебе та й жилка проявляється.
Вона підтравлює, так?
Кого клапан не тримає?
Хто, Юра, ти? Що, пацан?
Є ми зараз? Ти навіть помагаєш? Так.
Та от зараз десь має починатися раз. Ми 5-10 минут.
Мы не сливаем игру. Вы выходите из-за того, что дальше не свет. Мы сливаем полматча. Значит, воспользуйтесь. Вы свежие. Вам не надо сейчас 3 фазы у нас есть более-менее там ударить. Есть валеты, есть Костя, есть Ваня.
Давайте не розслабляємося, зараз малышня прямо.
А здесь на мяче лучше есть получилось. Нет, сами на мяче 1-10, 12, текст экрана. Кого не назвал, Вафон Кирал, кто увидел. Сейчас у него недооценивают в плане того, что Виталий репетитором там на уровне. Давайте жестко, используйте свои моменты, контролируйте мяч все 6 атак и заканчивайте либо обострение, немножко сильно, ход поворотом, просто высокий случай, хорошо? Все, давайте, не берите, играйте свою игру. Вот сейчас у вас никакой ответственности за результат нет, сейчас не берите играть.
Пошли, пацаны, быстрее. А где Руслан? А где Руслан? Там мне очень чуть Саня выбер, мне по спине дал. Мне надо закрыть. Оп!
Ти вже біжиш, Ваня, ти вже не викидаєш. Ти вже тримай його і потягни. Помниш, Степан, там встречали, да? Первая атака.
Папа, так кто?
Не, я играю.
А, он. Саня выходит. 9 сейчас кто-то. Я нападение, вот, работал ночью. Остаюсь нападение 3, и потом я на широкую готовлю вот так. Так, ты отдыхаешь, да?
Я играю.
Я смотрел, Саня сказал, что 6 играет.
Я замість Вані.
Але якщо ми не виходимо, просто типу, якщо вже так стане.
Welcome back to our continuing live coverage of the Ukrainian Cup of Nines. And again, our apologies for the audio dropout. We hope we're back with you now as we see a sense of urgency all of a sudden as the stakes are raised here in this match between the Lviv Tigers and Donetsk region. Donetsk looking for points desperately, trailing the competition favourites 14 points to 0. Penalty given to well, again, our audio is breaking up. Again, I cannot apologise enough here. It's been very difficult, our coverage punctuated by technical issues, and I cannot apologise enough. Donetsk on the attack, desperate for those points to try and make a contest here against the title favourites. Jason Costigan calling the action here from down under. Our pictures from Lviv in Western Ukraine, and Donetsk asking some questions now. All of a sudden, it gets very interesting if they get across the line. They're queuing up. But Lviv have held firm. Ihor Yurkin looking to rev up his comrades from the Donetsk region side. They weren't far away. Scrum forming 10 out from the Tigers goal line. Home team with the put in, and they bring it away. Some safety first football you'd imagine at this end of the field. Well, that's just crazy stuff from Lviv. Chancing their arm, and it didn't pay off. And Donetsk will get possession here, I would have thought, in front of the spectators. Small in number, but making plenty of noise here. An enthusiastic crowd, it must be said, at the youth stadium in Lviv for this Ukrainian Cup of Nines. Again, well done to Arta Matasorian and his team of volunteers at the UFRL. They really are the talk of the International Rugby League community. We talk about the Kangaroos dominating on the world stage, winning last year's World Cup at Old Trafford. And of course, let's not forget about the Samoans creating history for themselves and their Pacifica brothers getting through to the final. As we see a kick downtown, turning the Tigers around. Let's see how good the chase is. That's the important bit. Lviv on the counter-attack, getting play, I think that's the 20-metre line. And for all you Ukrainian people who can speak and understand English, Hudson Young and the Canberra Raiders are in that game up to their eyeballs against the Brisbane Broncos in the NRL. And I'm sure the Ukrainian community will be following different teams, but most notably Penrith in the NRL and the Canberra Raiders because of the likes of Nathan Cleary and Hudson Young. That's the Lviv Tigers bench. Donetsk, look at the depth off the scrum here. Let's see if they've got some sort of trick shot to get themselves on the board. Time ticking away. The scoreboard is a friend of Lviv. So too is the timepiece. Remembering, 9-a-side rugby league, 10-minute halves. Now, audio and pictures are dropping out. And again, I can only apologise. We've got a replay being rolled in here. Let's see what we've got to offer. Well, Ihor Yurkin was put on his backside there, and the number 3 jumper for Donetsk. He's the head coach of the Donetsk region team. Don't ask me why they don't have a nickname or a moniker, Donetsk. I've not been brought up to speed on that, but just recapping, most of the clubs in the Ukrainian Rugby League have a connection, if you like, even if only in name, to Super League clubs in the UK. And we think of Wakefield Trinity Wildcats and Huddersfield Giants and Leeds Rhinos. Well, those brands or monikers are replicated here in Ukraine. As we see Donetsk looking for points, not far away. Lviv looking to turn them away. They stack the short side. Donetsk going close to the sideline. They need to treat it like a precipice. They do well. They swing it back the open side. Now crossfield kick. And the kick, well, the kick was a shocker. Lviv have weathered the storm. We will look at the replay, and that crossfield kick from Hamash, well, that was terribly disappointing. Hamash among those young players, the Ukrainian under-19s that went to northern Italy last September. I talked about this early in today's coverage on how those Ukrainian youngsters finished with a 3-3 record at the European under-19s last year in a 7-team tournament, and the big win that they got was against the Irish. Significant because that Ireland team that they played in Udine had a handful of players in the Super League system through academy teams. So that's a great positive sign as we see the Lviv Tigers come up with more points, another try, And that surely will put Donetsk out of business. Here's the replay. We roll it in. Well, we hope we do. Some technical problems with the replay as well. Apologies for that. The shot at goal from close range. Here's six. Flags are raised off the boot of Skorbuch. Don't be surprised if he's the player of the tournament. As I said, I've been raving about him all day. I didn't even have to see his name in the score sheet, or the team sheet, I beg your pardon. He, for somebody in his mid-30s, he's still very fit for his age. Family man and dual international. An iconic figure of Ukrainian Rugby League and the cornerstone of the success, the long-time success of Legion 13, that flagship team from the industrial city of Kharkiv. That looks to be a terrible injury for one of the Donetsk region players. We've got a halt to proceedings here on the, well, very close to the eastern sideline, and some concern being shown, and that replay didn't look good, and this young man is being now assisted from the field. Great sportsmanship, one of the Lviv Tigers helping his Ukrainian brother from the field, and that shot itself is emblematic of what is in the DNA of Ukrainians as they fight this Russian aggression, as this war continues. As we watch rugby league in a country literally fighting for their lives, fighting for democracy, fighting for freedom. And I'm sure I speak for the people of the democratic nations of the world and wish brothers and sisters all the very best in Ukraine, regardless of what's happening on the rugby league field, as the conflict drags on. Donetsk with some fancy footwork at half, only about 10 metres away. 18-0 is the score. And that's it. That's all she wrote. And another convincing win to the Lviv Tigers. Donetsk kept trying. You've got to give them their dues right to the very end. And particularly their coach, their head coach, Ihor Yurkin, he has busted a boiler in this game. But in the end, class prevails. Well done to the Lviv Tigers. They were too good, they were too classy, they were too strong. Donetsk gave it their all. There's Skorbuch, he's smiling. Such a big influential figure, creative customer, and making the players around him so much better in the process. 18-0, Lviv get the job done over Donetsk region on home soil at the Ukrainian Cup of Nines.
Просто сюди нам не йдуть.
Well, as we watch some of the highlights of this game, and there were many highlights for the Lviv Tigers, their supporters will be loving this. And here's the man of the moment, the maestro himself. And look at that, off the upright, or off the upright. I'll get it right sooner than later. But this was the is this the injury to the Donetsk? Yeah, the Donetsk player, and that's Disky. And that looked terrible. Let's hope there's nothing too sinister in that. And here's the three, Ihor Yerkin. He kept trying until the very end. So commiserations to Donetsk, but well done to the Lviv Tigers, who are on fire here on home soil. So this next game coming up is between the Eagles and the Giants. The Donetski Eagles up against the Rivne Giants. That's the Eagles, the Donetski Eagles in the red jersey. There they are. And they look pretty revved up, so buckle up, folks, for this game. This should be an interesting contest and a lively affair, and I suspect a close one. It's like an outdoor basketball game. All I can hear is defense, defense, defense in the background from the fans. Not sure who they're supporting there, but they're making a bit of noise, and that's great to see. An enthusiastic crowd. The referee says, let's get it on. And it'll be the Giants, the Rivne Giants, with first use of the ball, and a mistake from the get-go. The Donetski Eagles, let's just quickly go through their side. Barabash, Vavrenchuk, Leshenko, Lorensky, Dulia, Kapasiak, Toshayok, Krevchuk, Sevak, Serdiok, Machiok, Leshenko, and Stetsun. Orin, Trachinsky, Shevchuk, and Shostasky. That is the Donetski Eagles. And they're on the attack, the Eagles. Early days in this contest against Rivne Giants. The Eagles, of course. There's that big man I spoke about earlier. He'd have to be arguably the biggest player in the whole tournament. A big man playing nine-a-side rugby league. Good quick play of the ball and zipping away from dummy half. There's the try. Vavrenchuk just scooted away, and it's the Eagles who take the early lead. Good sortie from dummy half. Have a look at the replay. Marcus caught napping, and Varenchuk helped himself to 4 points. Well done, Yaroslav. Shot at goal is successful, and it's the Donetski Eagles who lead 6-0. There's the shot at goal. Look at the elevation. Nice direction. Touchies loved it. Jason Costigan calling the action here. This is the Ukrainian Cup of Nines, and this is the Rivne Giants in possession. And the man in possession, he is easy prey for the Donetski Eagles defence. 5 metres, Eagles side of halfway. And they're in reverse, the Giants. They're going nowhere. If anywhere, they're going backwards. The bench looks on. And have a look at this defence from the Eagles. This is a very good defensive set. Arguably the best I've seen all day. Now we got a penalty. And I think it might have been a little bit over.
Юрій Олександрович, м'ячами потрібно вирішити питання. Там на криші. М'ячик, да, будь ласка.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you can hear us again. We've got the unfolding here, and it's the Eagles with the game, you would think, in the bag. They lead by 2 converted tries, 16 points to 4. Jason Costigan in commentary here. The Eagles. Red stripe, or red strip, I beg your pardon. Rivnay Giants on their own goal line in defence here. And there's the try to the Eagles. The number 7 goes in. Look at this, he just puts it in. And from the scrum base, it's like a game of touch rugby. He plants it down. No one came within a bull's roar. So simple. Shot at goal unsuccessful. And they hit 20 regardless. Eagles with a 16-point buffer. And the Giants, well, they need to come back. 16 points, 3-try game, 3-score game. They'd have to score right here, right now to try and pull this one out of the fire. You would think it is mission impossible. Let's stick with the action. Giants on the attack. This is the number 8 goes to ground and they spread it towards the bulk of the spectators here at the Youth Stadium in Lviv. 6 teams chasing one prize, the Ukrainian Cup of Nines. And it's a penalty here for, I believe, an incorrect play of the ball. Penalty goes to the Eagles, and that just sums up this particular contest for the Hawks. This young fella looks to be in all sorts of trouble. Well, let's hope he's okay. He doesn't look too good looking at those pictures. Touch finder is a good one. You get the impression the Eagles will show no mercy here on this set. If they can score, they will. Well, as expected, the Eagles, they've done it again. Another try to the Eagles, and they blow it out to 24-4. Make that 26-4. Up go the flags, and the Manetsky Eagles, well, they're flying high against the Rivne Giants. And then into the next chapter of play we go. Giants in possession. Let's see if they can come up with a second try. That's the challenge. That pass was dodgy. Referee says play on. High tackle's been called. Years ago they would have laughed at it, but not in today's game. 13 aside or 9 aside. Good one-on-one stop here from the Eagles. 22-point spread. Running towards the teeth of the defence. Centre of the ground. 20 metres out or thereabouts. Chance out wide if they spread it, they will. And here comes that second try for Rivne. The Giants are in. They will not be denied on this occasion, but it's all too little too late. Add some respectability to the scoreline. That's about it. And again, our apologies for the names of the players. We didn't see half the teams until, in fact, after the tournament got underway. That's arguably in the grand final of worst shots at goal in nine-a-side rugby league, and it's all over. Full time has been called here by the man in charge, and a convincing win again to the Eagles. The Manetsky Eagles give the RUGBY Giants a 26 points to 8 drubbing here in Lviv. Again, terrific sportsmanship, it must be said, and if you're not a regular connoisseur of the European Rugby League, if you're more familiar with the NRL or the Super League and have not seen much of European Rugby League, this might come as a bit of a shock to you, but that's the way they finish games, the sportsmanship on show. 26 to 8, a big win for the Eagles, the Manetsky Eagles over the RUGBY Giants. Well, one of the great challenges of calling a game out of Ukraine is sometimes we've got names that we're not familiar with, that we weren't expecting. What we do know, what we can tell you for this next game, and that is one of the teams playing here is Ivano Frankusk Stalov. That's the team in orange I'm referring to. The team in orange, I repeat, that is Ivano Frankusk Starov. We do have their through their lineup, their surnames: Besnischuk, Lewandowski, Vladki, Kavarok, Tiak, Solema, Harun, Daniev, Bokanovska, Shalenko, Boychuk, Bavesha, and then we go to Luhaski, Bobra Kopetsvich, and Bosnia. That's the team in orange. The Ivano Frankusk Stanistalov. And again, I cannot tell you much about that team as much as I'd like. We have struggled to get information out of Ukraine this week, not for the want of trying, I can assure you.
Закарпатські!
Шаркані!
We're underway in this game. The Ukrainian Cup of Nines continues our live stream. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching in the Rugby League universe. Who will lift the silverware? Let's also acknowledge the Georgian Bread Company. Georgian Bread are one of the commercial partners involved in this nine-a-side competition. And here's a penalty, the first penalty of the match. And Ivano Frankus-Denistalov come up with the opening try. On the back of the penalty, field position and possession, a toxic combination at any level of the game, and certainly in nine-a-side rugby league, the expansive nature of nine-a-side rugby league, that proves too much for their opposition. So Stanislavov will play from in front. Shot at goal unsuccessful, so it remains 4 points to 0. And away we go. And the team in possession, I just had that confirmed. It is, in fact, Transcarpathian Trinity. I just wanted to make sure of that. It's a tap and go on the back of the penalty. Let's see what they've got to offer here. It's their first real opportunity of the match to put some pressure here on their opponents. The pass is wayward. Bounce pass, sometimes it can work wonders. But on this occasion, it comes to nothing. Trinity go over the sideline. That is poor, very poor. On the back of the penalty, they come up with a big fat 0. Transcarpathian Trinity would like to have that all over again. So the scrum will form. And Ivano Frankus-Denistalov will bring it away from their end of the ground. A dusty pass off the scrum. Luckily for them, they've got it on the bounce. And my goodness, the number 4 is away. He's got wheels. He'll go all the way. Unconventional pass. We lose our picture momentarily, but the try scorer doesn't lose his destination. He dots down. Looks like he thanks somebody in the crowd. And they get their second of the afternoon in this particular contest. 8-0 kick to come, and it's a dead set setter. Ivano Stanislavov with a runaway try. The shot at goal is waved away. You're entitled to kick those from close range. Trinity go back on the attack. It's a 2-score game, but the margin's only 8. Both tries unconverted. And this is very disappointing for Trinity. They come up with a fundamental mistake. 10 metres into enemy territory. Look at the referee. He gets 10 out of 10 for the beard as well. Not sure if it's the same gentleman that we were pointing the finger at earlier today that looked like an Australian bush ranger. Reminded me of former NRL player Kirk Randallson. So many players and match officials with great stories, how they took up rugby league, why they took up rugby league, how they got to know about rugby league. Here's a penalty again. Not sure what the referee interpretation is, but it'll be a tap and go here. No, it won't. I beg your pardon. They're going to come up with a touch finder, and that's exactly what they do. So they'll pitch the tent here about 18 metres out from the goal line. Looking for their 3rd try of this match. Ivano Frankusk Stanislavov in no hurry to get us back underway. Jason Costigan calling the action here from the youth stadium in Lviv. This is the home of the Lviv Tigers. They are the competition favourites and the club that's really been playing in the shadows of the great Legion 13 since the game was founded in Ukraine back in 2008, becoming a member of the European Rugby League. That pass was a shocker. The referee has spotted an infringement. It'll be a turnover in possession effectively here. We will have a scrum. 10 out from the goal line. Trinity end of the field, the southern end of the ground. Hello, we've got South Sydney back row here in red and green shorts. And that does underline the parlous nature of Ukrainian Rugby League and brings me to the effort being put in by various people, various stakeholders. If you would like to donate to Ukrainian Rugby League, particularly in the face of what's going on in the country and what has been going on, as we see a quick tap and go here from Trinity. Come here, says the defence. The referee says that's high. I didn't think there was much in it, but the referee says you can't do that. Nothing sinister in the tackle. Well, the referee thought otherwise. He's given him a trip to the sin bin. We haven't seen much of the sin bin, but the number 17, whose name we do not have on the team sheet. I got 16 players, but not 17. He has been told to cool it. He's been sent to the naughty corner for a high tackle, which I've got to say was dubious, to say the least. We are playing rugby league. This is not Tiddlywinks, but I'm not the man in charge. The man with the beard has the whistle, not the man with the microphone. But just coming back to the situation with Ukrainian Rugby League, as the war continues and as we have a false start here, this is a comedy of errors, isn't it? This is very much a bad advert for our game, a stop-start affair, a lot of penalties, a lot of whistle. It's not what the fans have come to see. The referee shrugging his shoulders, probably got to point the finger at the players. And it is a hot day for those people, particularly in the southern hemisphere, as you come out of winter slowly but surely, and particularly in southern Australia, southeastern Australia, particularly those who've stayed up tonight in New Zealand, coming up towards midnight in that part of the world. Whilst it may well be the back end of winter in places like Australia and New Zealand, it's a warm day in Western Ukraine. That pass was terrible. Luckily for the team in possession, they've still got the ball. Ivano Frankusalov somehow miraculously maintained possession, and that is half time. And just a reminder too that the team that's in front are down a man because of an infringement, player in the sin bin. And at the break we have Ivano Frankusk Stanislavov leading Transcarpathian Trinity 8-0. So just coming back to the situation, if you are interested in helping Ukrainian Rugby League, whether it's the Heritage program that's being run down under or the UFRL itself, I'm sure those people would love to hear from you. Matt Gervin is the man in charge of the Ukrainian Heritage operation. He is in Australia, and I'm sure he'd love to hear from anybody who's a prospective sponsor, coach, player, but particularly players obviously that have Ukrainian heritage and would like to become involved. It's pretty simple. All you need to do is probably drop him an email. And as we have half time here in Lviv, I'll just draw your attention to that email address for the Ukrainian Heritage Rugby League people. And it's pretty simple. It's ukrainianheritagerl@gmail.com. ukrainianheritagerl@gmail.com for further information. And I'm sure Matt Gervin and his team in Australia would love to hear from you. And conversely, those people in Europe who are obviously geographically much closer to the action, as we get back underway here in Lviv. Trinity looking to get on the board. They've got first use of the football in this second stanza on a hot day here in Western Ukraine. The temperature creeping up into the low 30s. Trinity threatening to come through the other side. Here's some backup. Here's the support. Here's the pace. And here comes the try. And it's game on in Lviv. Did he get the ball down? He sure did. There goes the whistle. 8 plays 4. This makes it interesting. Must have been a pretty good rev up at the break from Trinity. So the men in orange now is something to think about. The shot at goal is successful. And again, I do have to smile as I see those touch judges. Without nitpicking, it is very much something from another game. And we know what game I'm talking about, how the touch judges literally, where they even position themselves for a shot at goal. It's certainly not rugby league, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who's picked up on this, and it's not just Ukraine that does this. And it's something that the European Rugby League match officials need to sort out, because it does lend itself to mistakes. I don't know how you can see the ball going through the uprights or between the uprights clearly in that sort of a position. You only have to watch Super League or the NRL to understand what I'm talking about, or for that matter, many other tiers of rugby league in other parts of the world. Now, we've got the referee, he's obviously not going to tolerate any rubbish here. We've already seen one player sent to the bin. It's a penalty here going to the men in orange. They lead by 4. Another try here probably would wrap it up. It's I won't say it's a stalemate, but it's a very competitive affair, isn't it? And it's a stop-start affair. We've got a lot of whistle here. Play breaks down, in fact, for Ivano Frankusk Stanislavov. And the Trinity boys, they won't be complaining because it leaves the door a little bit open. A 2-point ball game. So you get the impression next scorer here wins. But that's not going to help their cause. Trinity going over the sideline on play 1. Well, that's dumb football, whether it's 9-a-side or 13-a-side. And that may well cost them any chance of winning this game. Stanislavov spreading the ball on play 1. Was it a knock-on? Yes, it was. On play 1. And the Trinity defender, he wanted that ball, didn't he? They want to get on with the job here because the clock's ticking away. Some of these options on play 1, I know it's 9-a-side rugby league, but over-adventurous is an understatement. And it's been applicable on many occasions here today. The players are obviously excited, wanting to put on an exhibition. The conditions probably not conducive to good rugby league. Some of the passes off the scrum have been diabolical. I'm not sure how much training's gone into this weekend, but no doubt everybody is putting their best foot forward. But you have to wonder how these teams have been training, how these players and their families have been living in fear for 18 months. As the war drags on, and as I said earlier today, if you're wondering about this venue and the city of Lviv, and the penalty has been, well, the touch finder is a shocker, and it could end up anywhere here. Well, that was comical to say the least. They couldn't find touch, and in the end, Trinity has made a meal of it. They don't deserve to win this game. They get an opportunity, they get possession, and they muck it up, and they're consistently good at it, at least in this game. Close game, only 2 points adrift, but they just can't capitalise. I'm sure it'll be talked about after this game. It's a tap and go here after the kick for touch. And another whistle. Well, with due respects to the man in charge, we didn't come to see you. It's become a stop-start affair. In fact, it was a stop-start affair a long time ago. It's been the most disjointed game of the tournament. It's almost like we're watching another game. I see the Ukrainian Rugby League match officials, they could well do with a sponsor on the back of that shirt. We see our pictures, our cameraman zooming in on the scrum. Going to be a great opportunity. That shot was a bit high. The penalty has been given. I thought it was okay, but I'm old school. The referee says you can't do that. Wouldn't all be surprised if we get a sin binning here, especially if he's going to be consistent. The player at fault knew straight away he was in trouble, and yes, he's been sent to the sin bin as well. And the referee, well, he must know there's cameras at the ground because he's taking his time. Looks like he's putting it in his book, soccer style. Touch finder is on the money. This game has very much slowed down. It's been the worst game, I've got to say, of the whole tournament. And for good reason. It's been a stop-start affair basically from the get-go. I probably would have been better off having a bit of a cat nap. It's been a long day, but we're here into the evening, down under, with our pictures coming out of Lviv in Western Ukraine. Another penalty. I've lost count. I'd love to see a penalty count. My goodness, what a charge that was. A bullocking run upfield. And we've got another stoppage. Well, this game has had more stoppages than the Orient Express. And another sin binning. Well, we're going to have a game of basketball if we keep this up. It'll be 5-on-5. Unfortunately, our graphics don't indicate as to how many players are on the field or if either side is a man down or two men down for that matter, but players are being dispatched to the bin here. The referee's blowing the pee out of the whistle and the play is sloppy jalopy. I think in basketball we'd call this junk time. The only difference is this is a close game. Very close game. Neither side seems to want to win it. Ivano Frankusk Stanislavov lead 8-6 over Transcarpathian Trinity. The team in orange leading the team in blue. The team in blue lucky not to be penalised there. I thought that the halfback should have been retiring. Doesn't matter, it's purely academic, and the referee has put everybody out of their misery. It's all over, and a forgettable game comes to an end. The victors, Ivano Frankusk Stanislavov, they win a dour affair against Transcarpathian Trinity, 8-6.
Зіграну гру! Слава! 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 Слава!
Well, here's some of the highlights. This is one of the certain highlights for the Trinity side. That runaway try, which was converted. Some excellent defence at times. Some comical play. And a stack of stoppages and scrums and penalties. And a number of high shots as well, resulting in players being sent to the sin bin. Our next match, Donetsk region, versus the Rivne Giants. It's Rivne on the left of your screen in the maroon. The Huddersfield connection, just to remind everybody, as in the Huddersfield Giants, we have the Rivne Giants. There they are, the Rivne Giants to the right, Donetsk region to the left in a huddle, and now a huddle for the Giants. You can see some of the spectators on our camera side of the ground up on the hill. It's a little bit of a natural amphitheatre as you've got native bush on the western side of the ground. And as we look across to the grandstand on the eastern side of the ground, our cameraman on the ground in the centre of the ground, bringing you these pictures, live pictures from Lviv. Again, our thanks and forbearance to you in relation to so many issues from a technical perspective today. That was always going to be a challenge, but we thank you for your patience and your forbearance. And we're underway. It'll be the Rivne Giants with first use of the ball. A bouncing ball could have ended up anywhere. See some of those spectators in the stands there. A little bit of shade coming across, perhaps. It is a hot day from what we understand in West Australia. We've touched on that numerous times as the temperature rises and as we count down towards the championship decider. Opening minutes of this contest between Donetsk region and Rivne Giants. It's the Giants in possession, and they are respecting the football, treasuring the football. We see the boys from the Ivano-Frankivsk-Stanislav team posing for some photographs in the at one end of the field, and perhaps we might see that on social media. I know that the Ukrainian Federation of Rugby League is very big on the socials, on a number of platforms, as the referee signals fifth and final. Hence we got a kick, a downtown kick from the Giants, and Donetsk in possession. And the fullback beats one, goes straight up the middle, simulating speed on the back of the step, and he scores the opening try for Donetsk. Wow. Beautiful runner of the ball, the number 16. He's going to try and convert his own try here from bang in front. That's the 10-metre line you can see. In the headgear, the man who scored the try, a solo effort. And he raises the flags. Bezborodov. I believe that's how you pronounce his name. Please forgive me. I'm sure his family will. We've only just seen these teams invariably, well, some of these teams we didn't see until after the tournament kicked off, literally. But well done to Bezborodov. Brilliant solo effort. Donetsk region with the early ascendancy. 6-0. Giants 5 metres. Donetsk's side of halfway. Nothing fancy on this play. Well, that was a touch of rugby union. Just threw the ball out the back, passing off the ground. I'm not sure if there was an entitlement for him to get up and play it. The referee, if that was the case, could have been within his rights, well within his rights, to award a penalty to Donetsk, but it's the Giants who maintain possession. Wayward pass. Luckily for the Giants, they've still got it. 30 metres away. Here comes the last for the Giants. What have Rivne got? well, they're lacking fluency in attack. They get a kick away on the last, but it's a very ordinary kick, it must be said. And the kick return is excellent. Look at this. Donetsk down the sideline with Harmash, this Ukrainian under-19 representative who was among their young guns on display in northern Italy 12 months ago. And on the back of his work, the head coach will get their second try against the Giants. Yerkin goes in and they lead 10-0, kick to come. Two of them couldn't stop him. And the experienced campaigner, Ihor Yerkin, gets the job done for his side. Man in the headgear, they've been around a long time in Ukrainian Rugby League. Part of the furniture. Ably assisted, I believe, by Vladimir Lysenko. Fairly straightforward shot at goal coming up here. Lovely elevation, beautiful technique. Harmash makes no mistake. It's a neat dozen. Donetsk region, 12, Rivne Giants, no score. Geez, he beautiful striker of the ball, isn't he? Harmash. Again, I hope we're somewhere close to pronouncing that right. Please, to the families, please forgive us because we're doing the best we can here, and I'm sure we'll do it better next time. And here's hoping the end of the war is coming sooner than later and that peace returns to Ukraine. Remembering they had celebrations during the week for Independence Day, and 32 years since independence came again for Ukraine. They had briefly independence in the early part of the 20th century before falling under Soviet rule, if my history knowledge and education is on the money. Pretty sure that's right. But Ukraine, modern Ukraine, as we see some defence, desperate defence there from Donetsk. Independent since 1991. And the flag, as we know it, the blue of the sky and the yellow of the wheat, officially adopted in 1992 by the Ukrainian Parliament. $12-0 it is, Donetsk region leading the Giants. And is that a truck with a cement truck on the back of it on the sideline? Maybe it's a promotion for a sponsor. What we do know is the kick goes towards the truck. It is a cement truck. Look at that. A cement truck at the rugby league. And the cement truck is coming off the transporter whilst the game's in progress. Well, I've never seen a cement truck deployed at a rugby league game. Have a look at that. A cement truck rolling off the transporter. What the heck are they going to do with that? Anyway, let's stick with the football. Let's stick with the rugby league. The Rugby League-9s. A little bit of argy-bargy in the tackle. Maybe a little bit of trash talk as well. A bit of sledging, as we'd say. And now the ball carrier gets a bit of a 360. And the referee doesn't like that. That's just overzealous as far as he's concerned. And the penalty has been given and there's a lecture to boot. Yes, well, let's hope that obviously peace returns to Ukraine sooner than later and that the war will be over. and people can start rebuilding their lives, rebuilding their communities, rebuilding their country. And whilst it's obviously not part of the national agenda, rugby league will have a role to play there as well, and as other nations want to chip in and will chip in rejuvenating the game in this part of the world. The fact that we are playing whilst a war is raging in this country is quite staggering, isn't it? Penalty's been given to the Giants. And just a reminder, if there is a bombing raid on Lviv today, whilst this tournament is in progress, players, officials and fans will be evacuated to a bomb shelter, I believe, here at the stadium. That was made clear to me before kick-off this morning. 10 o'clock local time was the scheduled start. Game 1 of this tournament. There's 6 teams participating. So I know that people would have been scratching their heads wondering, what if? Well, that's the answer. Camera would have been locked into position and there would have been no one on the field and no one in the stands. Everyone would have been or would be taking shelter. And here's hoping that that does not happen here today, whilst this tournament unfolds. And it's Donetsk looking for their 3rd try, and the 16, who is an amazing player from what we can see. He's got some energy, hasn't he? He's full of beans. He must have been on the baked beans Friday night having his supper in Bez Borodov. He's already gone across the whitewash in this game. Scored the opening try. And that was subsequently followed up by his head coach in Ihor Yerkin, who took 2 defenders across the line. The veteran campaigner getting his name on the score sheet. Both tries converted by Bezborodov. We must be in the shadows of half time here. Right on cue. That is 1 half in the books, and it belongs to Donetsk region. 2 tries to 0, both converted, and Donetsk lead Rivne 12 points to 0, as we might listen in to the halftime huddle, one of them at least, here in Lviv. You can see the players there straight away going to get the water and putting the water on the heads, and that is an indication of just how hot it is for the players and the match officials and spectators. And there's the bushranger, the number 10 for the Giants. He looks to be one heck of a character, doesn't he? In years gone by, when I was working for Rugby League Week, aka the Bible, I would have been down in the sheds after the game and interviewing that gentleman and revealing his story on the out and about pages of the now defunct Rugby League Week. Those days are long gone, of course, and nowadays we rely so much on social media, and rugby league is no different. And the Ukrainian Rugby League does a pretty fair job at promoting the game, the greatest game of all, as I call it, people like me call it, to not only the domestic population but also people further afield. So well done to Arta Matasurian on that PR work on social media. Here's the restart from the Hawks, and it's the worst kickoff we've seen all day. We know they're chasing points, but that's not going to help their cause. We've lost our graphic for the moment, but I can remind everybody it's 12-0. 12-0 to Donetsk. This is Lysenko. He is the assistant coach, and Vladimir will get up and play it. Great pictures from the sideline. Hats off to our camera operators at the ground. Not only hot and challenging for the players, referees and fans, but also for those bringing you these pictures. They spread the ball, and here they go once more, and it's Samarenko. He dots down. They get their third try against the Giants, and it's all Donetsk region. They lead 16 points to 0. In fact, I beg your pardon, that was Vorobyov. Here's the shot at goal coming up, and imagine being a goal kicker and the referee almost balking you just as you're about to launch it. But look at that, he makes no mistake. They're going up in sixes. That's a good sign. Donetsk 18-0 over Rivne. The number 17 converts. I can't tell you who he is because I don't have a name for him. I only had 1 to 16 on the team sheet for the team in the white strip with the black shorts, the Donetsk region team. Rivne Giants, back to work they go. The big challenge for them now, you get the impression they are gassed. They've got not a lot left in the tank. Is can they get on the score sheet? Rivne, one out stuff. That's not going to get the job done. They need to try and find some second phase here. They've got a big man cutting the ball up. He needs to try and get those levers free, so to speak. Keep the ball alive. Especially when you're sucking in a couple of defenders. There has to be gaps somewhere. Now they let the ball do some talking. That came off a leg. Play-on's the call. It was off the bush ranger, in fact. Now the number 7 down the sideline. Away he goes. Polishuk. Polishuk! Oh, brilliant. Just brilliant. Just what the doctor ordered. And the Giants are on the board at long last. Great start to the second stanza for Rivne. 18 plays 4. Look at this replay. He had a lot of work to do. Backed himself and got the job done in the corner. This will look impressive. Fullback coming across, pinned the ears back, dived in the corner. Nice work, great work. Polishuk, I think that's who it was, or maybe it was Vedla. We've got numbers everywhere here. I've got a Rivne side that's been provided to me in numerical order, but then we've got jersey numbers at the back end of the name. So I think the try scorer was Vedla. Vedla, I beg your pardon. Try's been not converted. No conversion, I repeat. And it's 18 points to 4. But at least they're on the board. But it's still a 3-score game. Those conversions so critical, aren't they? Donetsk keeping the ball alive, and that's the big difference, isn't it? I said a moment ago when they had a big man cutting the ball up for the Giants, and he never looked like offloading, and we see Donetsk looking to turn the screws here in Lviv. And here comes the knockout blow, as easy as you like. They keep the ball alive, and they come up with points. Try to Donetsk, and it's Fomiuk, this young sensation who played in northern Italy less than 12 months ago for the Ukrainian under-19 side. He provides the backup. There's not much of him, is there? Look at the number 15. Slightly built character, but I dare say if he spends some time in the gym and he fills out, he could well be the cornerstone of the Ukrainian test side well into the 2030s. With youth on his side, particularly as we see the shot at goal being waved away, particularly if he can emulate the feats of someone like Alexander Skorbach. There he is, the man I'm talking about. Well, in fact, that's Bezborov, I beg your pardon, but Fomiuk in 15, only slightly built, but time in the gym can address that and will address that, and I'm sure people are in his ear. And access to facilities, so important. I don't know if they have access to those sort of facilities. There's that cement truck. I've got no idea why there's a cement truck at the ground while there's a competition being played out. One of the great mysteries of International Rugby League. The day that the cement truck turned up in Lviv for the Ukrainian Nines. It reminds me of the Rugby League story about a cement truck involving the late Bob Fulton and Bill Harrigan, famous Australian referee. That is part of folklore. But on that occasion, there was no cement truck at Brookvale or wherever that game was played. I'll have to check the records. I'll have to check up with someone like Peter Peters, the man they call Zorba. I'm sure our good friend Steve Mascord in London would know exactly what I'm talking about. The man who stole the corner post in the very first Illawarra Steelers game in 1982 before carving out a great career as a scribe in rugby league. One of the great journalists of International Rugby League, Steve Mascord. And of course, as I said earlier today, huge fan of Rugby League-9s. Massive advocate for this abbreviated format of the game. 22 plays for Donetsk region leading the Giants. I'm Jason Costigan. You are watching this 6-team tournament being played out at the Youth Stadium in Lviv. The Giants are in possession. A trail by 3 converted tries. The clock is ticking away. It's a friend of Donetsk, and so too is the scoreboard. Although it's a tap and go here on the back of the penalty to the Giants. No support play there for the ball carrier, Rivner. The pass, well, carrier. Well, he had to wait for the ball. Wayward pass. Rivner looking for their second try of this match. What can they do? They go straight up the middle. They are looking threatening, very close, right in front of the sticks, northern end of the ground. The last has been signalled. If they're going to crack them, it has to be right here, right now. The pass wasn't perfect, far from it. And they're going to die with the ball. Monstering defence from Donetsk. And it's all over. The defence of Donetsk, outstanding right at the back end of the game up until the final whistle, and they win comfortably against Rivner, 22 points to 4. I'm going to take a quick break myself. Stay with us. You're watching the Ukrainian Cup of Nines live from Lviv.
Знак, наше трехкратное.
Пошли по правой. Все, через тупо.
Спросил. бля, я смотрю, он упал. Да, вложил и упал.
Иван, Иван.
Львів! Танец! Короткую могут ударить.
А там, кстати.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Lviv as we have the final underway here of this Ukrainian Cup of Nines. And not surprisingly, the cream has risen to the top, and it's Lviv, the hometown favourites, but up against an Eagles side that has the ascendancy. (6-0) it is. So it's a great start here for the Eagles. No doubt about that. That will make the locals rather nervous, to say the least. Tigers looking to spread the ball. Skorbach is such a central figure here. He'll be looking to ignite the attack for the Tigers. Here's a bomb. A test at the back for the Eagles. The Manetsky Eagles. Oh, they spilt the lollies. Can you believe it? Well, the locals love that. As we watch the replay, and it was for a pass that probably didn't have to be thrown, a pass under pressure. And all of a sudden, the Lviv Tigers have got a scrum forming here. 10 out from the goal line. Options left and right. So they're in a great position here to come up with an equaliser. Manetsky Eagles in the red, leading 6-0. This is the championship decider. Here come Lviv. And there they go. And don't the locals love that? Skorbach involved once more, I do believe. Finding runners. And they come up with points. The conversion's so critical. It's on the money. 6 plays 6. How good is this? The underdogs drawing first blood. Well done to the Manetsky Eagles. Our apologies for not being available for that opening passage of the final. We've had some technical problems all day long. And again, our thanks to you, our viewers, for your patience and forbearance. Half time, I believe, has been called as we look at the highlights. That try is so important in the run up to half time. 6-6 between Lviv and Manetsky. Who will it be? Will it be the Tigers or will it be the Eagles who lift the trophy here in Lviv on this hot Saturday in Western Ukraine at this 9-a-side tournament? The Ukrainian Cup of Nines. Well, it's a fair rev up, isn't it? I don't think they expected this game to be so evenly poised at the break. So we're getting set here for the second stanza of the final. The championship decider. The trophy's on the line. Who will it be? There we go, the ball is on its way. The ball is sent into orbit for the second period of play, the last half of the tournament. Nobody's left the ground. You get the impression everybody, the hometown fans, expecting Lviv to not only make the final but to win the final. They will be nervous. And understandably so. A mistake. Look at the replay here. It's a mistake defensively from the Lviv side. Touch finder is a good one. It chews up the clock and it takes play from one end of the field to the other. So this is going well for the Eagles. I wonder if they will work for a field goal. We haven't, I don't think we've seen a field goal all day, and they've lost the ball. The Eagles, they lost the pill on play one. Can you believe it? Big defence from Lviv, driving defence. Have a look at this. Well, we missed the replay. The replay didn't show the ball being dislodged. In fact, it's play on. Eagles have still got it, I beg your pardon. Big part of the game, big part of the championship coming up right here, right now. The Eagles on the attack. Let's see what they've got. One-on-one defence here, so critical for Lviv. If they spread it to the left, the Eagles, there's a chance. That's where they go. Surely there's an overlap. They come up with the try. They read the numbers brilliantly and executed perfectly. Manetsky Eagles leading the title favourites 10 points to 6. Can you believe it? Everybody here in Lviv is shell-shocked. The silence is deafening, and all of a sudden, the scoreboard and the timepiece is a friend of the Eagles. This shot a goal like all of them. So critical. This for a 6-point buffer. Kicks on its way. Missed it. 4 points the margin. Well, well, well. You see the Ukrainian flag flying proudly in the breeze at that southern end of the ground. It's been a great showcase of Ukrainian Rugby League under the most arduous, challenging circumstances for the players, and the officials and the Ukrainian Rugby League community gathering in Lviv on this Saturday in late August in challenging conditions weather-wise. Temperature in the low 30s. Can Lviv come up with an equaliser? Here they go! Is that Skorbatch? I do believe. Now there's a sense of urgency. They come the short side. They only need to get across the line, and they score in the corner. Yes, yes, yes. Don't the locals love that? There's the whistle. 10-all. Don't touch that dial. Big swan dive in the corner. Eat your heart out, Steve Maven. Maybe not quite in the Steve Maven mould. If you don't know who Steve Maven was, you should do a bit of research on the former South Sydney favourite. The shot at goal is waved away and it remains locked up at 10 apiece in Lviv. Skorbach will be scheming on how to get out of this one. His shot at goal. In fact, did he get that? No, it was just short, according to the touch judges. And he wasn't blowing up, so he just didn't quite have the legs. Don't be surprised if you see a one-point shootout. Don't be surprised if we go to Golden Point. Here come the Manetsky Eagles. In great field position. Some gang tackling here. You've got to wonder, where is there a gap? Last time they spread it to the left and they cashed in. On their own goal line here, Lviv. Big pressure on the hometown heroes. Here they go, crossfield kick. Can they get their ball down? No! No! Flags up. Well, well, well. That was close. Have a look at this. Crossfield kick. And the winger, he just ran out of real estate. It was like a frustrated property developer. Here's a penalty to the Lviv. They will accept it gleefully. Here's a touch finder coming up. And they'll try and get as much out of that as they can, and that's exactly what they do. Chant goes up for the home side. I wouldn't all be surprised if Skorbach goes for a one-pointer. They love the field goal in this part of the world. We saw that happening with their under-19 side at the Euros in northern Italy last year. They'll run it towards the sticks, and if they can't crack them on the last, watch out for the one-pointer from Skorbach. Some argy-bargy in the tackle. No love lost between those two. Right in front of the sticks. Lviv. Here we go. There's the play of the tournament. And Skorbach, the man with the big resume, comes up with the big play. That should be enough to get the Tigers home to lift the trophy. The number 6, they held off him, and they pay the ultimate price. Well, I thought he was going to have a shot for 1, but he said, no, I'll back myself for 4. This kick to give them a converted try buffer. They miss it. There goes the final whistle. It's all over. It's a fairy tale finish here in Lviv. at least at this tournament, for the Tigers. They were down 6-0 early on. Manetsky Eagles, they were in this game up to their eyeballs. But Skorbach, with the play of the day, gets the Tigers home. A famous victory at the Ukrainian Cup of Nines. Well, that was exciting. A grandstand finish we were crying out for, and that's exactly what we got. And in the end, it went to script, but it was a near thing, I gotta say, because nobody, I think nobody, even the most die-hard supporters of the Eagles, thought they would get that close. They were very brave, but in the end, Lviv prevailed. What a finish. And what about Skorbach? Alexander, take a bow. Alexander the Great. He is in this part of the world adored by so many. Right across the country in rugby league, a dual international, an icon of the game in war-torn Ukraine. Let's take in the presentation of the Ukrainian Cup of Nines at the Youth Stadium in Lviv.
Будь ласка, на нагородження, Олеже.
While we wait for the presentation, let's have a look at the highlights. And there were plenty of highlights in this championship decider. The two top teams squaring off in the big one. Skorbach was such a pivotal figure for the victors. Manetsky Eagles, they really did play above themselves. The number 7, Koshayok, scoring that try. Vardem, he certainly put a cat amongst the pigeons, didn't he? Great pictures from our colleagues from Lviv, from NAJIVO Productions. Our thanks to all the camera operators and those involved in our live streaming production today, to Vitaly and his team. We say thanks. Been a difficult day for everybody. Been some fantastic rugby league, 9-a-side rugby league. It's disappointing that the IRL has moved away, at least temporarily, from Rugby League 9s. We can't overlook that. Today, a reminder of what they're missing out on as we go downstairs for the presentation.
Сильні у нас команди, буде зріст, буде сильний чемпіонат. І маю вам сказати такі приємні слова, які передають нам з Європи і з Австралії. На жаль, через безпеку і через наказ міністерства ми не афішували дату та місце проведення, точніше прибрали афіші всі. Ми це сповістимо всіх про результати і надамо лінки цих змагань вже завтра. може сьогодні встигнемо, але я хотів би сказати про інше. Як ви знаєте, сьогодні було 2 трансляції, україномовна та англомовна. І ось дуже багато людей, з якими ми поділилися лінками, дуже теплі відгуки і слова підтримки, і просили дуже передати. Це відомі старі регбісти, це керівники міжнародної та європейських федерацій. Передати слова підтримки, що вони з нами, вони дуже приємно здивовані тим, що ми продовжуємо грати, і приємно здивовані тим рівнем ігор, які вони сьогодні побачили. Тому ще раз вам аплодую і вітаю.
У результаті змагань 6-те місце посіла команда збірна Закарпатської області «Закарпатські шаркані». На 5-му місці ДЮСШ-2 Станиславів з Франківська. На 4-му місці команда Рівне Giants. 3-те місце та бронзові нагороди виборола збірна команда Донецької області.
So Donetsk region finishing third, winning their playoff for third position. Well done to Donetsk region. The presentation of the medals, they did well to feature on the podium, so to speak. Now the runners-up, the Manetsky Eagles. That's Vadem Koshayok receiving his runners-up medallion, and he looks pretty happy with himself. They were far from disgraced. Well done to Vadem Koshayok and his teammates and coaching staff finishing runners-up. Well, of course, there can only be one today, the Lviv Tigers. They salute. The trophy's a pretty handy carry bag, isn't it?
Хлопці, всім дякуємо вам, дякуємо Збройним силам України. Слава Україні! Всі на спільне фото. На спільне фото.
Сакіна, ну давайте всі разом.
Та потім на фоні трибуни. Надо було на награжденні.
So fantastic scenes here in Lviv as the home side share the spoils of victory here, the medallions being handed around to each of the players who contributed to their success. And there goes the human trampoline, and they can party tonight in Lviv. 14 points to 10, they win the final. Number 6, the man in the middle of the screen there, to the left now, Alexander Skorbach, with the biggest play of the day, the decisive play, the decisive try to get Lviv home in an epic final against the Manetsky Eagles. Donetsk region, let's not forget, they did well. They finished third, winning their playoff. in the game beforehand. But in the end, there can only be one winner, one team to get their name on that bit of silverware. And it is the Lviv Tigers.
Можна було б нормально вивчити, що
Commiserations to the Manetsky Eagles. The two teams now coming together as the post-match presentation winds up here at the Youth Stadium in Lviv. Again, well done to the UFRL, to the Ukrainian Federation of Rugby League, to Arta Matasurian and his team. A job well done in war-torn Ukraine. 18 months of hostilities since the Russian invasion took place, and today the show went on. 9-a-side rugby league, a great showcase of rugby league in Western Ukraine. 6 teams coming together, tremendous sportsmanship, some exciting rugby league, and Lviv in front of their adoring fans lifting the trophy. Again, well done to the match officials, the referees, the TUS judges, all the people behind the scenes, and our thanks to Vitaly and his crew from NAŽIVO Productions in Lviv, who've brought us this live stream on a rather hot day, it must be said, in Lviv. And in the end, the team... And in the end, the team that was hot to trot was the Lviv Tigers. They lift the trophy here. Just recapping the score. 14 points to 10 over Manetsky Eagles. Well, that brings our show to a conclusion here today. Thanks to everybody in the Southern Hemisphere, particularly down under in Australia and New Zealand and the Pacific, who've stayed up rather late on a Saturday night to sample 9-a-side rugby league, the Ukrainian Cup of Nines, which kicked off just after 10 o'clock local time, comes to an end. And again, congratulations to the Lviv Tigers. But for now, on behalf of our production team and on behalf of the Ukraine Rugby League, the UFRL, I'm Jason Costigan, bidding you a very good afternoon from Lviv. We'll catch you next time. Bye for now.